Excellent connection, they say. Excellent connection. Broadcast updated. Broadcast updated. You still gotta click on that fucking page, which is annoying, but... You saw Creed. It was a spiritual... Are they still religious, or did they stop being religious? I couldn't... I thought they downplayed their religious side. What is this? Oh, the Stream Deck hates it sometimes when things crash. Let me pull that up again. The actual devices are fine. It's just the application goes wonky. Oh, I didn't know that. I honestly, I don't really hear a lot of vocals in most music I listen to. So, a lot of it goes right over my head, and I'm like, whoa, sick beat. I remember when I remember it was like after it had been in, you know, supermarkets and like a Walgreens or whatever, and then I was like, wait a minute. This pumped up kick song. Wait a minute. I think there's something nefarious going on in these lyrics. Wait a minute. I'm hearing outrun bullets. That's a weird line to hear all of a sudden. So. And that's an easy one, you know. I don't know. Maybe this weekend. It's up to Kara, I guess, but we might be able to start up because like if I'm streaming every day, which is the plan. I wanted to do movie watching stuff. So maybe on Saturdays we do a later stream than normal, or I do a regular stream and then also do a movie watching thing, or because I've been avoiding a lot of. I have not watched a lot of media at all. Ooh, wow, this is really tough to get just right. It's very loud for me, but I guess not that loud for y'all. That would be neat, yeah. Because I've been building, yeah, the neat emote. I've been building up here and there. I've been putting down things on a list. Like, okay, that's the thing I should watch. There's some like old classics. Yeah, Kara's. Well, I'll let Kara speak for herself, but she's doing well. She got her implants in, so that was a big part of a long period of time. So that was expensive and painful. And annoying. Like John Wick. I haven't seen any of the John Wick movies at all. And like I know they're good and fun because it's like bang bang shoot 'em up. But then there's other stuff that I want to see, like Andor. I've been told it's awesome and very leftist focused. And it's like, oh, that also sounds good. Teeth. I thought we talked about it before, but yeah, she was just born with only having some teeth that were just baby teeth. There was no adult teeth behind them. So, because I'm pretty sure even babies, like they're born with like, you can see like their baby teeth. Like if you ever see like a baby skull, they'll show like how they have their baby teeth and then their adult teeth all like in their bones. Like it's all preformed, and she just didn't have any. Or for some of the teeth, she didn't have any. She had most of her adult teeth, but not all of them. So it's either have a weird little fake tooth kind of dangling and weirdly held in place, but then you can't eat stuff like corn on the cob and this, that, and the other. Yeah. In retrospect, we should have just gone to Mexico. Based on how much it costs and how good their facilities are. But we didn't find out about it too late. And I tried telling my parents about it, but they were like, ew, Mexicans. And I'm like, okay, thanks guys, awesome. That wasn't their exact words, but that's basically what they were saying. Because they didn't trust them to do a good job. Oh well. Because they have a bunch of teeth problems too. Which is... They have it much worse, obviously. Because they're older and stuff too, so... That compounds. Yeah. We had some 4th of July corn on the cob. Oh my god. Yeah, I've heard Mexico City is like... It's like one of the biggest cities around, isn't it? Maybe that's an old piece of data. it's the it's estimated population in 2025 is 22 million. It's insane. Yeah. I thought it was supposed to be one of these. My God, the image they have is just insane. It's just like, I'm like, oh my God, that's a sprawl. That is massive. Not a particularly, clean or pretty day, but gee whiz, that's a lot. Huh. It doesn't show my mouse. That's weird. I thought it did before. Well, odd. Very odd. Probably something to do with my computer halfway crashing. When my DaVinci Resolve is normally fine. It's just when you're encoding and doing stuff and then you scrub the timeline. It's great. Oh my God, really? Wow, I did not know that. It's 2,000 feet higher than Denver. That's impressive. I've heard that Denver is very high, which makes it difficult to breathe. I mean, in the photo, I saw a mountain on the other side. So yeah, that would I guess that would make it in a valley because it's lower than the mountain to the other side of it. I don't know how far you have to be away from the mountain to be considered in a valley, but yeah. I mean, a valley would be where you. I guess it's bad because then you get like a flood of water flying down, but you wouldn't want to go any higher, right? Then you really couldn't breathe. Man, I don't know. I mean, I've only ever lived in Florida, which is like sea level, right? I'm like the dinosaurs. I'm like a high oxygen, inhabitant. I'm used to being able to breathe and grow to my fullest size. I would just shut down like a fabled, giant sloth, just like not being able to breathe without the megafauna around me. How far from Daytona? How far? Let's see. Tampa to Daytona is about 2.5 hour drive or 140 miles. And we're going to be an extra 40-ish miles, 30 miles, whatever from that, just because we're in the... I guess I should have put St. Pete, just the vague area of St. Pete. Yeah, 160 miles-ish. That's about a little under a 3-hour drive. So it's not an impossible drive, but not a fun one, that's for sure. I didn't realize how much further Daytona was versus Orlando. But it's the Atlantic coast. Yeah, I've always been like a Bay Area side. It'll be interesting. I've been trying to my phone's somewhere. A part of my, not only do I like doing OBS bullshit and silly things, but I also was trying to, because like each different person inside of this circle of streamers, they all kind of have their niches. Some people are big weebs and they love anime stuff. They know a lot about it. Some people are like musicians and have like made like, I guess like top whatever songs at one point. Some people are coding people and can code websites. Like there was somebody who was able to make like a website where you can go to fill out like a little form and it like send an email to one of those like Trump administration things to try to help stop it. People have made different tools and used their skills in different ways. I would hope that my skill would be something to do with OBS, something to do with my TV production background. Now, there's other people like Cinemarxism is literally a documentarian, and they've like shot and been in, like, on the big documentary that came out, the encampments. They have footage that was used in that, right? You know, reached out to by the creators and had their pieces included. So, but live streaming in person, in public, IRL streaming is the easy way to say it. How was Lord Filco? Filco is good. Him and ZZ are still not bosom buddies or anything, but they've learned to cohabitate well. He's still right around that 16 to 18 pounds a unit, hanging out in his room. Yeah, she works from home most days, and he's just chilling. But I found a couple of different apps that are pretty good at doing live streaming. Because usually people need to buy like a backpack. They have an encoder in there, and they need to have a data plan, all these different things. He is the embodiment of class, but which class? The ruling class, the wealthy class, or the working class? Maybe it's best not to think of it in that context. As I'm wearing a shirt that says "Bring it back" with a guillotine on it. Yeah, there's always an exception, right? There's always an exception. So there's an app for iOS devices called Moblin, which is really good, and it kind of has its own little like built-in bonding. And there's also one for Android apps or Android devices called IRL Pro. They're both pretty good. I've had better luck with my Android ones because the only iOS device I have is an iPad. So using that to try to then accept media through another wireless device into it, not the easiest thing to do. And it had a couple extra layers, and it broke down. Also, I was using AT&T for my data on a phone, and that was much spottier. Like in the Tampa Bay area, or at least in the St. Pete side of Tampa Bay, the west side, AT&T seems to be dog shit. I don't know what about it. Like there was a big there was a year in Tampa, the RNC was here, and they made it really good for AT&T for that part. They actually came in extra early and spruced it up. Kind of like how people come in and they make the infrastructure a little bit better before the Olympics or something. But yeah, I don't know why it sucks so bad. But now we moved over to a T-Mobile thing, and it was great. You went full blown Mac ecosystem, all new M4. Damn, they're up to M4 now. You joined the dark side. That's fine. I mean, good luck playing certain video games and mods and stuff. Like even OBS is weird on a Mac. There's just new hurdles. Probably because the weird open source modding community is, if anything, more Linux based, but then definitely more Windows friendly than Mac friendly. You've been off gaming, only play Rocket League? Yeah. There's a game called Rematch, which is like soccer, but Rocket League. So there's bouncy border walls and stuff. It looks fun as hell. I don't even care about football, soccer, whatever, but it looks cool. It looks well made. Yeah, it looks good. So I don't know if that's a console game or whatever it might be, but we might want to look into that at some point. Just because, yeah. Let's get it. Yeah. I mean, I don't game as much as I used to. I mean, I'll still game in my own personal time to horribly procrastinate my really important tasks. But trying to do a bit more just chatting and or reacting to videos and stuff. Although we've been chatting and catching up instead of me getting to my list, because I actually found what seemed like a bunch of new interesting channels out there. Or at least videos, maybe not the full channel, but I make a little playlist called The Days Playlist where I just throw some shit on there. What to start off with? No promises on how good these videos are because I just don't know. A couple of them I know are going to be good, but a couple of them are kind of a wild card. So this one seemed like a wild one. I will get to that, but I want to start off with. I wanted to start with this one, just because it's wild. Oh, I guess I can't show the thumb. Well, I can show the thumbnail, but let me do my thing where I copy the title. Title copied. Add it to my thing here, and then also copy the URL. Discord's still up and running. Not a lot going on, but that can change, right? Right? Wait, why didn't I go? Oh, because I put it in the wrong chat. That's why. Bam. All right, so it's pinned. It's in the Discord. The thumbnail was this. Oops. It was credit cards explained with bananas, and I just saw this called Primate Economics, and I'm just like, what the fuck? It just looked too silly not to try and watch it, and it's an 8-minute video, so it shouldn't be too long. So let's see how credit cards can be explained by Primate Economics. No idea if this is going to be, you know, what this is going to be. Why can't I? Okay.
What are credit cards? Monkeys use leaves to pay for bananas. Monkey eat banana. Life good. Monkey want more banana, but doesn't have the leaves to pay for them. So monkey use a leaf card. This card allows Monkey to buy bananas now and pay later. Monkey is borrowing leaves from Monkey Bank. How do credit cards work? When Monkey uses Leaf Card to buy bananas, the Monkey Bank pays for those bananas. Monkey now owes the bank those leaves. Monkey has around 30 days to pay back the leaves. If Monkey pays back the leaves in time, everything is fine. If not, well, we'll talk about that in a minute. How do you get a credit card? First, Monkey go to the Monkey Bank. But Monkey Bank won't give leaf cards to just any monkey. Monkey have to prove they pay for things regularly, they pay back leaves they owe, and they pay back on time. All this information goes into one number called a credit score. This is a number monkey banks use to decide how likely you are to pay back your leaves on time. The better monkeys score, the more likely they are to be approved for a leaf card, and the more leaves they are allowed to borrow. In the US, a score above 740 is good. A score above 800 is very good. While anything below 580 is not worth eating. I mean, not good. Credit limit. But using a leaf card doesn't mean Monkey has unlimited leaves. In fact, most beginner cards only let Monkey borrow around 1,000 leaves. But as Monkey Bank trust Monkey more, they allow more leaves to be borrowed. But why use credit cards instead of your own money? There are a few reasons. Maybe Monkey can't afford to buy bananas now, but can afford to pay in smaller amounts over time. Maybe Monkey want to build up credit score, so Monkey banks trust them with larger loans like a car or a house or anything. Maybe an unexpected expense has come up. Monkey needs to borrow leaves to pay for it. Leaf cards are also generally more secure. If someone steals Monkey's card, Monkey won't lose his leaves. The leaf card uses the bank's leaves. Monkey banks are usually very quick to stop thieves from using Monkey's card. Leaf cards are also safer against scams. If Monkey accidentally buys fake bananas, the Monkey Bank will step in to help because it's their leaves at risk. But the biggest reason most monkeys sign up are rewards. Monkey banks want monkeys to use leaf cards, so they give monkeys bonuses for doing so. Rewards can be extra leaves, banana points.
That was literally the only reason I ever got a credit card, was because there was cash back. So it's like, well, if I'm going to buy something, I might as well get 1% cash back, or whatever the percentage that they limit it up to.
Points to use for banana hotels, banana restaurants, or car rentals, banana miles to use for monkey flights, or gift cards to use at specific monkey stores. Most cards offer a sign-up bonus. If monkeys spend a certain amount in the first few months, monkey get more rewards. The different types of credit cards. Different leaf cards have different bonuses. Some monkeys prefer discounts on everyday banana shopping. Some prefer to build up banana points for Monkey Holiday. Some cards are only available to the most wealthy and elite monkey.
Whoa.
These cards are rumored to include free flights, hotels, and event tickets. Because you know who needs free things? Rich monkey. Leaf cards sound pretty good. Monkey can use Monkey Bank's leaves and even get perks for doing so. It's a win-win. What could possibly go wrong?
It's a base video.
Credit card debt. This is the negative side of leaf cards. This is what happens if Monkey doesn't pay back leaves on time. If Monkey doesn't pay back all the leaves they borrowed, Monkey Bank will charge them extra. These are called interest rates. Interest just means extra costs. It's the cost of borrowing leaves. An interest rate is just a percentage of the total amount of leaves Monkey owes. Stay with me now. So if Monkey borrow 100 leaves with an interest rate of 10%, Monkey have to pay back the 100 leaves plus 10 leaves for interest. Interest rates are only added when Monkey doesn't pay back full amount of leaves on time or only pays the minimum. Compound interest. Many monkeys confused by compound interest, mainly because it's not very interesting. I've never known the touch of a woman. Basically, compound interest is Monkey Bank charging extra for every day Monkey doesn't pay back leaves. They charge a percentage of Monkey's debt, which keeps getting bigger every day Monkey doesn't pay back leaves. Let's break it down. Monkey borrows 100 leaves from the Monkey Bank with a monthly interest rate of 2%. But after 1 month, Monkey forgets to pay them back. So the Monkey Bank adds 2% of 100, which equals 2 leaves to Monkey's debt, which is now 102 leaves. After 2 months, the bank adds 2% of 102, which equals 2.04 leaves to Monkey's debt, which is now 104.04 leaves. After 3 months, the bank adds 2% of 104.04, which equals 2.08 leaves to Monkey's debt, which is now 106.12 leaves. This amount seems small, but can add up quickly, and the more leaves Monkey borrow, the more interest Monkey have to pay. Remember, it's 2% of Monkey's new debt every day, not the original 100 leaves. This is one of the reasons leaf card debt is so hard to get out of. Every day Monkey doesn't pay, Monkey's total debt goes up. Technically, Monkey could only pay back the minimum to avoid additional late fees, but Monkey will still get hit with interest. And most of the leaves will go towards that interest instead of towards reducing Monkey's original debt. Fees. To get leaf cards set up, Monkey Bank will sometimes charge setup fee. If monkeys don't pay back leaves in time, Monkey Bank will charge late fee. Just to have leaf card for a year, some monkey banks will charge an annual fee. Monkey want to take leaves out of leaf ATM? There's a fee. Monkey use card too much? Fee. Monkey not use card enough? Fee. Monkey want to buy bananas from other monkey country. Fee. Monkey try to buy 2005 film starring Emma Thompson. Nanny McPhee. No coffee for me. I'll just have tea. I don't want no fee. I just want to be. The ops trying to catch me, but I'm in a tree because I'm a monkey. Motherfucker. Sorry about that. Tips for credit cards. This is not financial advice. Please do not sue Monkey. But if Monkey was going to get a credit card, Monkey would remember these things. Credit cards are powerful tools, and with great power comes great responsibility. Credit cards are not free money. Monkeys should always check the APR, or annual percentage rate, first. This shows Monkey's interest rate for the year, including some other fees. Monkey should...
Even 20% would be like, wow, that's a nice card. That's a good card. That is not a predatory card. I think there was some recent rules brought out that are supposed to hem that in. But like with a lot of these things, you hear about them proposing them, or you hear about them passing one part of the plan, but then you're like, oh, good, they fixed it. And then you find out much later, actually, no, that never happened. It never went into play. Somebody stopped it at some point, and you go, oh, really? Fuck. Like there was supposed to be a thing stopping all non-compete clauses. That was like a rule that came out, but then that got vetoed or didn't pass the Senate, or it got changed and then never passed the House again, or something weird where it just never actually went into play. Or like a random court will sue, and now it's held up in legislation or litigation, for another year or something. So like when it was put into play, then it was immediately stopped, and you go, oh, yeah. And they're like, well, they probably wouldn't sue you over it, and it's like, okay, well, that's not the same thing as the law being in place. New law rates. New law restricting credit rates aims to cap credit card interest rates at 10%, but it's facing hurdles and potential negative consequences. Oh, I'm sure those potential negative consequences must be horrifying. This could lead to reduced credit availability and stricter lending standards. Stricter lending standards, I guess, would be bad for low credit, but again, proposal still not going through. Bill would cap, but here's what it doesn't say. Yeah. Okay, so it's actually not in place yet.
Pick a card or cards that give rewards on things Monkey uses most. Monkey only spend what Monkey can afford to pay within the month. If
I wish, because I was neurotic enough, I got lucky and didn't have a credit card for a really long time, which was bad for not having credit. So then I finally got a credit card, and there was like only like $200. It was an insanely small limit, even for back in the day when I got it. Because I always just use a debit card because I have money. I will pay in full now. Thank you. Exchanged, completed, easy peasy. I wish that could just be the case. But then they're like, no, you idiot, you got to build credit. Also, you don't get rewards if you don't use a credit card. So it's like, well, fuck. I guess in order to build credit and also to get cash back, I will use a credit card. And then I set up auto pay, but it was always so weird because you'd look at your account online and it says some big number, but your upcoming bill is only so much number. And it's like, huh? Or you might buy something on like the 3rd of a month, but you don't actually get billed for it until the 1st of the next month. And then it doesn't actually go through on autopay until the 15th of that month. So it's like the 14th of the next month. And you're going to go, wait, why is there still this charge that I did over a month ago? What the fuck? So you're never really like paying off. So it's difficult to look at what your current balance is versus what your current charge in your bill will be versus actually what you charge to it. So, because even if you look at the number of what's, it's annoying. Even like Mint, which used to be a website that could like track stuff, it would compare your outstanding credit versus your current money and then give you a breakdown of what the new value is supposed to be. Almost like a checkbook that's constantly being balanced for you based off of your outgoing purchases. But then they removed that service. They just got rid of it entirely. And they go, now you can use like TurboTax or Intuit's other thing that's nowhere near the same program. And it's like, okay, great. I guess fuck me. Although, PayPal has a debit card that they've made, and then they also give you transactions. They give you like cash back on those transactions. So if this career kicks off, because all my Twitch payouts go to my PayPal balance would almost be like my new bank. And if I could use that PayPal debit card, I would be in the perfect world where I already have good credit because I just have naturally just had good credit for a while for being a middle-class white person. And then I would have a card that gets rewards and just auto debits from a thing. But it's a hard step to make solo content creation a viable career. So it's a bigger hurdle than it might seem.
Monkey want to keep credit score good, Monkey try to only spend 30% before paying back. Monkey make sure to track all expenses. Monkey set up reminders to pay off credit card bill. And Monkey always pay back in full. Thanks for watching. Monkey is still...
I think this is cute. Ooh, stocks explained with bananas, only 4 minutes. Banger. I'll subscribe. We won't watch all their stuff today, but we'll kind of keep them in the mix. Ooh, crypto explained with bananas. Very nice. I'm very interested. I think this is neat. Tariff explains with bananas. Very interesting. Very interesting. This is a silly channel, and I love it. So happy to just randomly see what seems like a small channel. Only 500,000, 400,000 subscribers. Not a small channel, but a newish channel. They've done a great job. Even if it's some rudimentary basic stuff. I thought that was fun. Okay, so Carol won't kill me in my sleep. We will watch the video that she wanted me to watch. Also because it sounds interesting. So, you know, it's because I want to, not because she asked me to. There it is. I've added so many videos. The docket, it's higher up than I thought. Okay. What is... Oh, it's dragging... No, it's not doing that. What is it doing? I want to rewind the video to the beginning of the video, please. I guess I should just click somewhere else and go back. Okay. Why is Gen Z so miserable? Shout out all my miserables out there. I guess I should have explained the title. Ooh, I was also supposed to work out today, but I slept in, probably because I didn't use my medicine. By slept in, I mean like I slept well for a long period of time, but then it was kind of groggy. But staying up to speed on my chores. Also, I had to make some video edits at the end of the day. Whatever. I'm still happy with my progress and things I've gotten done. So, and today I'm going to be out and about doing stuff with the DSA. So I'm happy to also be active there. Let me grab the URL. Make sure I put it in chat. Bink. That is the correct one. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Detailed trigger warnings and information are available in episode notes. Scan QR code below. Scan a QR code below to view the notes for this video. Wait, would they not just be in here? I suppose this is a good way to be more detailed about it. But shouldn't there be like, here are the topics, and if you're worried, then you should use this QR code? Not to immediately neg on the creator or whatever, but like telling me that there's this thing, but I have a layer between me and it. If I'm like, well, I have a very specific trigger warning only for seeing bar stools out of context, and like that will mess me up. But I'm assuming that you're not going to talk about it here, and then it would be in the detail, but I would never know unless it was here. But you could have a trigger category bar stool, and I go, wait a minute, is this my out of context thing specifically, or whatever? Or blood. Oh, I don't like seeing blood, but they would never show it. Depictions of racial injustice, that doesn't trigger me, but this other thing does. Whatever. Anyway. Oh, that's the name of the channel. I was like, huh? I can immediately tell that why Kara likes it, because it has like this analog music track, has liminal spaces. She's into it.
When I was a young teenager, I remember learning about my generation for the first time. I had always known my grandparents were silent generation, and my parents were baby boomers, but to me, I felt generationally agnostic. It didn't seem like you were given a generation until you were old enough to have kids. Once you became a homeowner, a consumer in suburban hell, then you're worth categorizing, while your kids got to spectate. But I was graduating middle school, and if there's one thing about being 13, it's that you must put everyone into categories, and you need to give the freshmen as many insecurities as possible. It was then my friend told me a new way in which the freshmen below us didn't measure up. They were a different generation than us, according to some website he pulled up in the computer lab. The website claimed these disgusting freshmen were members of the I-Gen by virtue of being born in 2001, while the rest of us were at the very end of Gen Y, born in 1998 or...
True. Gen Y is what they call millennials specifically, yeah.
99. Because of course, being born in 1999 versus 2001 are distinctly different experiences somehow. I don't think I could even strive to be as petty as the average middle school student. But as the years went by, iGen rebranded to Gen Z. Thank God. And we became part of Gen Z as the years solidified into their final 1997 to 2012 birth range. Once a generation
I want to look at that again, because numbers fly past my brain too fast, and I gotta like
their
look
final
at it.
1997 to 2012.
So they say 97 to 2012. I see some geriatric. They have actually starts at 81, but that's so dumb. Why are they edging people born in 1980? Okay, phew. So I guess I'm close, because I'm born in 88. Not a Nazi, I swear. I always thought that I was on the older part. I guess it's still in, if it's 81 to 96-ish, give or take, that would mean I'm on like the, not the oldest, but some of the, the older half of millennials. I thought I was on like the most old, like it was like basically on the cusp. So that's good. Well, it's good to know a bit more. And also, these are always going to be soft numbers anyway, but it is interesting.
12 birth range. Once a generation becomes part of our collective awareness, the previous generations begin crafting a narrative. But it seems older people are struggling to put Gen Z into a box more than previous cohorts.
Are you asking me to react to that thing specifically? I think this thing, if I click this, it'll actually open because it happened before. It's a clip. It looks like there's Hitler in it, but, or not Hitler, but a Hitler-like thing. Yeah, let's see. The world needs this speech more than ever. Charlie Chaplin's great dictator, powerful speech never fails to move and inspire. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Still relevant to this day. We'll look at this in a second. It might be a bit of a tangent from the original context. I thought maybe it was based off of like generations or something.
Branded as lazy college graduates who just love being scanned by their landlords, but nobody seems to know what to do with us Zoomers. While millennials are seen as lazy and self-entitled, Gen Z...
He didn't say what age he was born, did he? I didn't notice if he did, but I thought he was saying that he's a millennial. It's okay. No. Yeah, the exclamation mark react is technically more for me, so that way it goes in, because I have a little Discord, because everyone has a Discord. There's a Discord channel that I have set up inside of the community, whatever, and it has every time I do that command, it'll post that YouTube link. Not only will it do the pin where it'll pin it on top of chat, but it'll also put it in here, because maybe at some point you're like, there was this video he watched, but I forgot what it was. Then you could kind of scroll through and find it, just for linking to your friends or want to rewatch again.
Is unhinged, feral, and profusely diagnosed with mental illness. As an elder member of Gen Z, I kind of like being seen as a bit feral. It seems better than a submissive beta who can't handle their job without quiet quitting. At least being seen as unhinged makes people fear us a little, but there is a darker side to this too. As someone once said, Gen Z is too afraid to ask a waiter for extra ketchup, but will happily body slam a...
I'll take that. Also, I kind of dig the 90 Windows XP thing to put a tweet in. That's kind of cool. That's kind of a vibe. I guess one of my big regrets is not being on social media more. I guess that does put me on the back half of the older half of the millennial side, just because I had a MySpace, but I didn't use it a lot. I guess I was also a bit of a outsider as well. I was not a popular person. I didn't have a lot of friends or whatever that were like diehard friends. A lot of people would, hang out and chill when you're in school, but then like making long-term and deep connections, I was lazy and I just played video games and kind of kept to myself. So that means I also did not do a lot of social media. You don't like social media anymore, only X for like the latest uncensored news updates worldwide. Right, yeah. Well, as a person who's trying to crowbar my way into being a content creator, because it's what I have more of a passion for than other things. Also because got laid off and time to put up or shut up, right? This is definitely the last chance I have to try to make it work, because it's I have a bit of severance, so there's time where I'll have money and can try to grow. But after that, I tried doing it before when I was working and doing it, and it didn't work out so great, just for my work ethic and or use of time, all these other things. But as a person who wants to be a content creator, having a social media base would be a good way to start off. If I went on my MySpace and said, yo, I'm streaming, I mean, I guess there might be a bunch of people who would just pop in because I've made friends with random coworkers and stuff. But I agree that Twitter, X, the everything app, is the only way I would ever say X, just because it's funny to make fun of them that way. But yeah, I think it is a useful tool to stay in the know, especially if you have your really good list of people to follow, whether they be people memeing on the current events and or providing good factual data about the current events. It's a way to stay super plugged in. It's weird thinking about how a lot of times history is made in tweet form. because that's just like saying a MySpace post, right? It's just a Twitter post has a bit more like veracity to it for some reason because of the base that had used it for a long time and built up a rapport as being useful. So I'm just saying, like, dang, kind of wish I had some motion, but whatever. Fake it till you make it, or find your own way, because people have made it before without using those things.
Cop. While we're known for our Spitfire personalities and can single-handedly cancel out the boomer vote in elections, we're not exactly thriving. Some statistics claim as much
If they show up for the election. And honestly, there has not been a lot of candidates that inspire the need to get out. Case in point, the Zoran vote in NYC had a huge surge of young people because, oh my God, something that is speaking to the moment, speaking the message that people care about, and obviously is looking to make improvements and drastic change. So get the hint, you Democratic jerks, but they already got the hint. They know they don't want to do that, so whatever.
Much as 42% of Gen Z adults have been diagnosed with a mental illness. Aside from the online activism we've become well known for, we use social media to communicate through art trends or online aesthetics.
My passion. Just to talk about the other thing for just a quick second. Gen Z is the most diagnosed, whatever, right? But it's also because they're emotionally willing to care about mental health and look into it, and are also honest with themselves. Sometimes overly honest, because it's easy to find, it's easy to be like, oh, look, I'm depressed, therefore I'm allowed to be lazy or whatever. Not saying that that's like a weakness or that people who are depressed are faking it, whatever. It's just they're young people growing through life, and I made a lot of wrong choices and easy outs, whatever it is. But they're just more willing to, because it's gay to be mentally neurodivergent or whatever. Like, that's how we grew up, right? They don't have that, which is good, but that'll increase the rate of young people being diagnosed with a thing. But that's just the act of them being diagnosed. There are other factors to them. There's other factors that lead to diagnoses beyond just they're all autistic because of the vaccine, right? Like it's one of those things that's obvious, especially when you lay it out, but people a lot of times will just not think about things that way. It's like the left-handedness graph. Egads, what's up with all this left-handedness? It's the same thing.
If you've been online in the past year or two, you've probably seen this liminal space trend. Liminality is generally defined as ambiguity or vagueness, a state of transition between concepts where the contours of the situation are not fully understood.
I've never seen it defined that way. I guess I've always been like, things that are plain and in a scale that is difficult to imagine or describe. This would be the most default version of a liminal, but even this wouldn't be liminal enough for me, but yeah.
Take the experience of liminality, express it through a location, and you have a liminal space. A quintessential liminal space is usually a public,
I would not call that a liminal space, but maybe that's because I didn't understand the definition properly.
commercial or retail space from the 90s or 2000s.
Even that I wouldn't consider a liminal space. Now, if you look down the hallway and you saw the concentric lines or whatever it is, like you're in one of those Kubrick movies or something, and it was off-putting because it's so long and symmetrical. There was one hallway at my old work that was just plain, nothing on the walls, super, super straight. And I was like, this feels bizarre to get into. Playing certain games can get you a pretty big follower base. An idle game has a cool community. The game itself is a fun parody of every game and experience if you ever want to try your hands at growing a little bit. Super low effort game, but there's much super complex eventually. Could branch out several other games or content after that. It's a background game anyways. I'm open to doing things in different ways and trying stuff out, obviously. Just because, like, when I first was doing stuff, I was playing whatever games are interesting to me. Helldivers, some, Dark Tide, things that were just in my, I enjoy Warhammer 40K, so I'll play some Warhammer 40K games. But I'm not, like, literally, like, a god gamer or anything. So it's just kind of like, hey, look, it's, like, slightly above average to mid gameplay from some guy who has to go to work in the morning or whatever. And you're like, okay, well, it's kind of whatever. I would hope that my personality would be more the reason why people would stay, and or sense of humor, a few different things. And playing games, like my brother was like, you should play Pokemon. People love Pokemon. When I did to try doing a Nuzlocke, I got a bunch of new viewers because people crawl around looking for small communities playing these games. But my heart just wasn't in it because I just couldn't play it. But then I played Undertale and I fucking loved it. It was great. I played it like a bunch of times. And within like a period of time, I played it. You know, did the friendship run. I did a neutral run to start, and then I did the genocide run, which broke my heart. I mean, I've never heard of it or looked at it. Idle games. I don't usually play idle games, but I guess, I mean, I've seen people have like a fishing thing where they stick it up in the corner and people use the chat to fish, or a little Pokemon generator that like a wild so-and-so appears. People do exclamation mark catch. They try to catch it. But that's more of like a chat idle game than, I guess, a game that would be playing for me in the sides. And then it sounds like a Raid Shadow Legends kind of thing where it's just one of those games that kind of like plays itself out. But I'm not trying to like dunk on the game. I just don't know enough about idle game genre. And that was okay, trying that. And then I also tried to like making videos about the games, but then I made some videos about like Darktide or something about, hey guys, this is how you push away the bursters so they don't get all over you. Real simple tip things. And people in the comments were immediately like, I do this and it keeps hitting me unfair. And it's just like, God, gamer commenters are the worst. Or they say, that's not true. And like, yes, it is. You just watched it happen. I just did it. What do you mean? It's not true. And so it's just like, damn. And also there's knowledge gaps where it's like, I didn't know that a certain class would dodge further with a certain weapon equipped or some weird thing. So making a video and acting like a expert source is required to make your videos good. If you go, I'm pretty sure this works, I don't know, guys, you can try it. Everyone's like, well, go, okay, whatever, you suck. When you're like, this is the only way to do this thing or whatever, then people will watch your thing. So I just didn't have, I guess, the unearned confidence to pretend that I was an expert on things that I wasn't. So that just didn't click for me. But I tried it, right? You got to try stuff, and that's a thing that I could try. Right?
Thousands, but with an
this is what I'm thinking of liminal. We're like repeating patterns down what feels like an unusually long thing. Weird thing with a doorway. Weird thing with the doorway. Even this one doesn't have it, but it's still kind of the same breakaway. This is liminal to me, based off my contextual understanding
or dreamlike quality to them. Usually they're barren,
dreamlike is
abandoned as
good.
if they've been perfectly frozen for 20 years, but forgotten all the same. There's a lot of related trends or aesthetics as well, such as weirdcore, which is expressly focused on the uncanny nature of early digital photography and computer graphics. There's also the backrooms, which is a whole internet legend of endless office buildings that exist just outside of our world, complete with indie games and films based.
I mean, this was honestly, other than it being like wide and maze-like, imagine if it was just like a straight, long, but weirdly wide hallway. That was what that place was. And it went to one door and one elevator at the very, very end of it. And that went to like the financial department, which is funny to have the financial department at the end of this gigantic, long, creepy, soulless hallway, right? is the bean counters,
From the concept. You might even say vaporwave was a precursor to this trend, but perhaps focused on a slightly earlier time period. The thing is, I've seen people resonate with liminal spaces and the associated aesthetics a bit intensely. Sure, some people enjoy things like the backrooms purely as a fantasy horror story, but a lot of people are weirdly emotional about pictures of dead malls or suburban housing from the 2000s. Take a look at weirdcore. Sure, there's underpinnings of nostalgia, but what's front and center is existential pain. There's a desire to escape into these images, into a world more primitive than our own.
Is that reading into a message of, I feel this, man? Is that reading into a comment on a Reddit post a bit more and making it seem more grandiose? At first, it feels like yes, but maybe there's more to it. I'm sure they'll elaborate. I've never thought about it that way because I guess there's a weird little, almost like how like horror in general will make you go, ooh. It'll give you that little either adrenaline rush or make you feel a feeling that helps you feel alive or whatever. Like it gives you some energy that you would not be able to manifest without this thing to give it to you. There's a odd uncanniness, and that gives you an odd taste in your mouth or a sensation or whatever it is, and people enjoy that sensation. Kind of like how ASMR really, really makes some people go bananas, you know, and other people means nothing. So I guess there could be more to that, is what they're kind of leading
In fact, I think I've been yearning through online art movements for around 10 years now. Long before liminal was an internet trend, I was a teenager breaking into abandoned buildings, trying to capture this uncanny feeling of
allegedly.
the lost era for a Tumblr page. I ran my photos through dozens of filters and 90s tech to give them a distorted edge, and generally was obsessed with capturing this vibe. You'd think with how much time I put into capturing this aesthetic, it would have given me a good feeling. But I didn't feel anything beyond a twisted mix of nostalgia and existential pain. I'm an older member of Gen Z, so maybe I'm biased here. But I'm noticing this intense yearning by proxy of nostalgia is really common for people my age. I think that's why this type of internet trend seemingly won't go away.
So people from 97 to 2000, and I forget what it said, the date. It must have been like 10 or something. I forget the end date of it. But if we as millennials are 81 to 96, that's about 15-ish years. So they're 97, that would be to about what, 10, 15-ish, you know, little, you know, 2012. They are now people in their late teens or early 20s, depending upon, or I guess mid 20s, hell, or even late 20s if you're all the way at the end. So they're people coming into the world of the job market and the adult life, and it sucks. So I can definitely see how there would be a nice big long term because like we're close to that beginning to getting towards the final batch of them getting out of school and into college and or getting into adult life. So there's going to be a lot of them going like, man, things sure were different when we were just, you know, the wards of our parents and we had our basic needs taken care for us. So there's going to be a new resurgence of yearning for that period in time that they had. So it'll evolve a little bit. Yeah. But this is also should technically be early 2000s, not 90s stuff. But I guess 90s stuff could be like, it was around in the 90s, but then when they were kids, because their parents, you know, weren't like caked up, they had a lot of stuff that was still a 95 edition television or something. So they got used to seeing stuff through that lens.
A lot of millennials were just entering adulthood as vaporwave hit the scene in the early 2010s. And with each passing group of 18 to 25-year-olds, it seems like the aesthetic trends get fuzzier and fuzzier.
Oh, okay, yeah, because vaporwave is definitely more of an 80s thing, but I'm born in 88, and even other babies would be literally 1 year old or 0 years old in the 80s. So, like, how could they possibly crave that thing? But I guess there's a little leak of the previous generation's tech kind of being a callback to your childhood to some degree.
More and more dreamlike. I think the current group of 18 to 25-year-olds are having to reach really far back in their memories to remember a time when they weren't miserable. For example, if you're 23, your memories of something like a vibrant mall mostly exist from when you were under the age of 8, before the 2008 financial crisis began wiping them out. Many of us
I'm trying to think of my local area in the mall, vibrant mall. I mean, I guess because I kind of live in a big suburban sort of like, not a metro area, but just a suburban sprawl. The Tampa Bay area is a pretty big zone of neighborhoods surrounded by main streets, surrounded by malls and mini malls. So even in 2008 and stuff, it didn't completely explode. And also I was in college a lot during that period. So I was still kind of like insulated because I was locked away in either my internet usage and or my studies. So if I went back to like the mall for my family, where I grew up, I may have noticed half of the stores were gone or empty shops or something, but I just didn't do it.
Gen Z adults had our suburban fantasies crushed once the financial crisis robbed us of our homes, leaving behind spotty liminal memories of a big mansion that once felt safe. Gen Z is hurting, and we aren't even dealing with it in expected ways. We aren't sleeping around and partying, we're sitting alone rotting in front of the computer, and nobody can agree on why this is. So in this episode of Finding Subtext,
my guess of why it would be, based off of my lived experience, which is poor at first to middle class-ish, you know, I would like to think it, right? I generally remember it as a lower middle class experience just because we just didn't take vacations, and my parents did not buy new cars, and they had as much money as they could get, but would never really have a lot extra for like super sick stuff. But we still had awesome Christmases because they would kind of just save it all for that time. So it wasn't like we were poor when we were like, once I was in like the school system and stuff, we kind of had a middle class life, but we were the poor of the middle class in general. But I think everybody likes to think, no, I'm working class no matter what. Oh yes, I make $200,000 a year. Yeah, but I'm working class. I'm not one of those rich fucks. Okay, I got it hard, right? Everybody tries to pretend that they had like the hardest upbringing because A, it's smug and bullshit to say that you got something better, and B, it gives you it helps people take you seriously. I don't know. Or maybe that's just because growing up in the middle-ish class in general, nobody wanted to think of themselves as rich because then you'd be spoiled. But maybe the rich are like, no, we were rich. It was sick. We loved it. We were no way we were working class. Ew, gross. That's that's nasty. Damn it. I kind of forgot what he was saying that led me into that because I kind of just backed it up a bit.
And nobody can agree on why this is.
Nobody can agree why they're rotting in front of the thing instead of going and commiserating in more of a drinking, partying, and sex thing. It would be because we have done a good job of eliminating that third space. There's no clubs, groups, even churches where people will like grow up with their family and go to church, whatever. My generation was a beginning of a bigger trend of just sort of being less religious overall. So like churches were the best third space you could have, where you would then have youth groups where then people would be debauched, insane Sodom and Gomorrahs, just, with a Jesus crucifix on the wall for some reason. Now, and also the internet got stronger and stronger. Social places, Tumblrs, YouTubes, all these different things have built to kind of replace that thing because you need something, and that is this, which then makes you more isolated, and you don't really get into drinking and parties. Also, that costs money, and you need places to do it, so things you don't have. And then this is available to you, and it's the easy to reach bar. So I think that would be my reason for why is society is crumbling more and more into uber capitalism, and these are the available tools that they have at their disposal. Because back in the day, in the 70s, what did you have to do other than get high and fuck? And that's what they did.
So in this episode of Finding Subtext, I'll be looking at what went wrong with our generation. Why are we all so miserable now? Along with what our unusual art and social trends like liminal spaces are trying to express. Let's get into this.
Whoa. This is liminal, even though it's outdoors, because it's bizarre to have everything so uniform. I would say phones aren't making you miserable. Probably they're not helping, but you are miserable because of social economic situations around you, and you have phones as a available and decent escape. So you find yourself using them a lot. So it's a bit of causation. And then you're also fed things that mean like you should be happy because these are my awesome posts, or awesome posts that people will share a bunch. So it's also kind of putting it in your face a bit more. But the real starting block would be, oops, we've suburbanified everything. We've distanced ourselves from communities, and that is causing a problem for a big swath of people that did not used to have this type of problem.
This idea of categorizing people by generations has always been a tool of two industries: journalism and marketing. The second we can vaguely agree on a time frame and put a name to it, consulting firms swoop in and synergize their way to analysis. When the youngest Zoomers were just 1 year old, we already had marketing firms claiming we like to think in 4D. Whatever that means. And our attention spans have grown so short that we'll be consumers of snack media. 10 years later, that one kinda panned out, actually. Obviously, taking every human born within a 15-year span and making sweeping statements about them has its limitations. Someone born in 2012 has a much different life experience than someone born in 1997. Firstly, those of us born in 1997 are 4 years from turning 30 years old. I feel myself becoming geriatric by the second. Meanwhile, 2012 Zoomers are currently in the 5th grade. Even trying
I was just a couple of years old. Okay, I was like, but still.
to compare shared experiences gets tough. Today's 5th graders have accomplished years of formative education fully remotely. While computers in my elementary schools looked like this, and the schoolwork was seldom digital until high school. Kids born in 2012 would have had their mushy toddler brains shaped by the YouTube algorithm on their iPads. They probably have the videos of Elsa getting pregnant just seared onto their developing frontal lobes.
Maybe. Dude, that gummy worm one is crazy. That's a crazy, crazy thumbnail. Dude, yeah, there's some oh my god, that shit was crazy. Yeah. That would mess you up. I mean, like, I wasn't this young when we had some internet stuff, obviously. So I can imagine it would impart some it would rear its head in some unique ways. Probably has to do a lot with some of the burgeoning or the evolving sense of humor coming from forms of irony and wild perspective. It's just, yeah. I mean, they're only going to be like 10-ish, whatever years old. If it was 2012 when this was happening, they're going to be 10 years older than when they were when they were watching it. So they're 5, they're 15, you know, they're still about to hit the scene, but yeah. Ugh.
Whereas the closest thing I had was my father's Palm Pilot. Remember Palm Pilots? Those were awful, hence why I spent most of my childhood outside. My point is, our early childhoods were quite a bit different. But one thing unifies us. We both had smartphones from a relatively young age. Smartphones and the internet they're connected to are truly a
Let's see, my first smartphone, or my first phone, was, because even phones were expensive. Some people had phones and they would text a lot. And that was kind of the beginning of like, these kids, they're not connecting with the world around them. Kind of mentality that you would see come up in articles a lot. But my first phone would be when I was a sophomore in high school going into junior year. It was like the summer, because I was doing an internship at a place that did TV production stuff, video editing mostly, but it would also shoot some commercials at local places. There was a really famous, not famous, but locally famous, Fantastic Sam's commercial where Brad Johnson, who was the quarterback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, would do these incredibly uncanny, awful fucking acting jobs. And his tagline was, "Gotta be the hair." I don't know, maybe Brad Johnson's the right name. Just trying to do an amazingly fast Google search to see if anything comes up. And basically nothing's coming up. Probably because I got the guy's name wrong, because I'm only bad at like, oh, that looks like him. It's like he has a thing called Big Bad Brad, which is wild. Whatever. I was hoping to find one to show, but anyway. I had an internship, and I would have to take an express bus to downtown as well as a local bus to get to the bus batch place or whatever. So they were like, you if you're going to get on public buses, ew, gross, 4 people, and you go downtown, ew, gross, 4 people, you need to have a way to call us in case you're like, I don't know, kidnapped or something. So I had a little like Sony Ericsson flip phone, I think it was. Yeah. That's when I first had a phone. I didn't have to actually get like I think my first smartphone was the 3GS. iPhone 3GS date. 2009, so it was still pretty late in the game for me to get an actual like smartphone, just because I was trying to be cool and just have an MP3 player to play my music, and I had a phone to make calls, and you know, I didn't need a fancy ass whatever. And obviously, it was still pretty early on. It's the 3rd generation phone. I think we may have gotten rid of them at some point, but we think we still had 1 or 2 of those things floating around. all puffed up and busted and old as fuck. I think we also got one for cheap on eBay for some reason, or a friend of ours gave us their busted up one, and it was just like, oh look, this is the same model of phone that I had. This could be neat to keep around for the grandkids one day. Oops, turns out we're probably not having kids, so then grandkids are definitely off the menu.
Technological marvel, and obviously changed a lot about how we live our lives. While I feel like a used up 80-year-old inside, I have to remind myself that I've had a computer since I was like 5 years old. I genuinely can't imagine functioning without the internet. If you're like me and somehow are not 30 yet, can you really imagine doing something like a road trip in 1980? I think I wouldn't survive one. I can remember
I'm really bad at directions, and I grew up before. So when I was driving, that would be when I'm like 15, 16. So 90, 12, and then so be like 2000 and like 5-ish, 2003, 2005. This was like MapQuest was still not really a thing. But eventually we were able to print out MapQuest directions. And that was the awesome thing for me, was to have that. And so places I would drive to would always be places that I would know inside and out, or have a couple of like default places I would go to. But I would get lost a lot. I think I had an atlas or a map in the glove box. I could never properly bust that thing out, pull over to a spot on the side, not feel like I'm about to either get like honked at for blocking the road or whatever. Like it would just be incredible stress. There was one point where I was driving and I was like running out of gas and I was lost downtown and my phone was dying and I was like, fuck, where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? I called my mom, trying to figure it out. And I was like, but I got there. I figured it out. I didn't get robbed. I didn't die. I didn't, have to get stranded and have to have like AAA find me. We didn't even have AAA. So like, I don't even know how you would do that. And my phone was dead. I don't think I had quarters on me for a payphone, if there even was a payphone around. So it was like, that was like a very small, stressful memory that's locked away of just that moment of like, oh no, my phone's dying and no, I need help. But I was able to figure it out and get on 275 or, some interstate road somewhere. I don't even remember which interstate it was, honestly, because like the Tampa side is different than the St. Pete side, and then I think I must have still been in the Tampa area based on that age. But anyway, it doesn't matter. A road trip would be an incredible pile of MapQuest directions, and then like, okay, do this for 100 miles, and I'd have to like put like a note on the speedometer. I don't think you were. No, this would have been high school ish age, I assume. Because I think once we were together, we already had maps on our phones and stuff available to us, and phone chargers in the car that I could have just, even if it died, I could just let it sit for a bit and charge up. I guess if I was like that far out of gas, but I've never really been that far out of gas before that I couldn't just sit for 5 minutes, let a phone charge. Yeah, I used to have to like put notes or like memorize the speedometer number to know that when I get close, I got to start really paying attention to whatever road I need to find, because you didn't have any notifications. You had no alerts or anything. We had map printouts. Yeah. I mean, I think phone data was not an easy thing to get, though. So maybe it was. I have really bad memory for stuff like this, unfortunately.
a time before smartphones, but I still had MapQuest where I could print out an exact route to a destination. Boomers were just raw dogging it, buying maps from gas stations and making their own routes. And
it was just a lot of like, hey, how do you get somewhere? Like if people would stop on the street and ask you, hey, how do I get, where's the nearest Circuit City? Where's the nearest Blockbuster? I need help. Like people would just ask each other for directions. They would pull into a gas station and just ask for directions to places. And then some dude would be like, oh yeah, so what you need to do is you need to go down and shoot. And they would just give you this fucking long list of shit as if you can somehow possibly remember all that. And good luck, I would have trouble because I can't remember people's names when they talk to me. Like when they're like, oh, hi, my name is blah. Incoming call. Hold on. Let me on my phone. Wouldn't you know it? It's a scam. Or likely a scam. Well, at least I found my phone. Thanks for calling me and finding my phone for me. It was right where I left it. Wouldn't you know it? Shit. Now I forget what I was talking about. Oh, yeah, they asked for directions. It was the thing people used to do. Or you learned how roads worked. We just never had to. Not that deeply. Okay, avenues go west, east, streets go north, south, or is that vice versa? You know, also you would also live in places that had shit on a proper grid with numbers that make sense and streets that make sense. There's so many roads, at least in the Tampa area, that are like, it starts out as one name, then it changes to a different name, and then a different road is somewhere else. It's actually the same name as that previous road, but it's a different version of that road, and it even goes a whole different direction. Like one of the famous ones for me was Gun Highway. That was in the Tampa Bay area. Sometimes it's north-south, sometimes it's east-west. It was always kind of at an angle, and it starts and stops in like 3 different places. So even if you saw a gun, you didn't know where you were. You could be kind of in a huge area.
And what happens if you get lost and don't have a map? Do you just run out of gas? Like, I don't get it. What if the only gas station you can find doesn't have the map you need? Do you just get stranded? Not to mention, what if you can't find a payphone when an emergency happens? What if you get into a car accident? How do you call the police? I got my first cell phone when I was 5, and sure, it looked like this and was a terrible hand-me-down, but at least I could call the police if I really needed something. The thing is, I understand all of my questions have answers. Just like I can't imagine life without cell phones and the internet, today's kids would probably have a stroke if I handed them my old Palm Pilot. Or if I tried to explain to them that when I was their age, I racked up a $300 bill from using too many minutes and hitting the internet key on my phone too many times.
Also, well, you might have an aneurysm if you give them your computer. Is a thing I've heard. No way to really prove it, but I've heard reports. Could just be people going, these damn kids, but that the newer generations, it might be some Z, could be more alpha, are a bit inept when it comes to utilizing basic computer stuff, Windows stuff, a Word document, all these different things, just because they're so used to handhelds that they never really sat down at a computer, which I guess, but it's like, are these children or are these like, because I feel like even in school, you'd be given a computer of some kind at some point, but I don't know. I have not been in school for a while, and I'm kind of proud that I do not hang around schools to know how their things are set up, because that's not my spot anymore. And if they saw me, they would be rightfully concerned.
Or if I told them that having a GPS in your car was really fancy when I was a kid. But that's the thing. Each generation becomes reliant on the technology they're raised with.
I've never had a GPS in my car, unless you count a phone, but like a big thing was just having a GPS, like a Garmin was a product. There was a few different. Magellan was another one. I can't think of any more, but there were more. And I always wanted one because hell yeah. Nowadays, they have them built into the fucking computers. My car is a 2012, and it was not one of the good models because it has what looks like a screen, but all it does is display the clock and a bunch of like, you know, sectioned, like the 8 is like 2 boxes on top of each other. It's still not even like a screen. It has this like predefined little thing to display as an like an LCD display, the same way like an old sport watch would be an LCD display, or like the old alarm clocks. So it's like, dang, fuck. I had to plug in a Bluetooth thing into the aux port in order to have my phone connect to my car, because it doesn't have Bluetooth built in. So it's about as dumb as they made them at that point. I think now a lot of these things are kind of standard, which is fine. I wish my car had some cool stuff.
Gen Z has become reliant on cell phones, internet, and computers. And then they merged into one device that works everywhere. Smartphones sound like a godsend, something our ancestors would have done anything to have. Yet, they've become the thing we blame our problems on. As soon as the selfie camera was added to phones when I was like in middle school, I've been lectured tirelessly about how kids are so addicted to our phones, we'll have no chance in life. But maybe they were onto something. Smartphones and social media kind of felt like a turning point.
To me, people blame them because they want to blame something and they're an easy target, and they have their own problems like anything does. But these kids didn't have a chance in life before the selfie camera was put in because of the conditions that have been laid out in front of them. The housing markets that even after the 2008 situation did not get better. The income growth of the working class and regular people was not growing or keeping up with the costs. The wealth was constantly elevating up higher and higher and creating a larger and larger wealth gap. So they were doomed before the phone got in their hand. And now a kid with a phone in his hand, you go, that's why that kid's life sucks. It's the avocado toast, is them being on social media or something.
Point in my life. I had a rough upbringing, but I still had some level of joy and zest for life until the early 2010s. The world really should have ended in 2000.
That's when they had to adult, right? That's how I'm seeing it.
2012, honestly. Smartphones are constantly blamed by every generation alike. It's probably the one thing boomers and zoomers can agree on. The problem is these phones. There is some objective, provable truth to that. Becoming nearsighted or having myopia is increasingly associated with heavy smartphone use. I guess like the 12-year-old version of me should have really listened. Unfortunately, our eyes weren't built to stare 10 inches from our face all day. In fact, a lot of our body wasn't built for phone use. The blue light emitted from screens has been proven to prevent quality sleep. I just choose to ignore that fact while I binge on melatonin gummies and other types of gummies every night. At this point, we know smartphones and—
Ooh, careful. Wait, those other type of gummies actually create poor sleep. Wait, don't use THC to sleep good. Wait, no.
social media are doing something to our brains. We just aren't quite sure what yet. Whatever it's doing to us, it doesn't look good, especially for those of us with brains still developing. I mean, recently I've seen multiple viral TikToks about people growing mushrooms in their ears because they left their earbuds in for days at a time. I don't think that's a sign of a healthy attachment to your smartphone.
I'm assuming they had a fungal infection and they just default that down to what it seems ridiculous, like mushrooms growing out of your ears. But infections happen to everybody. Like if you have athlete's foot, that's a fungal infection. But you don't say you got mushrooms going off your foot because you stepped in a dirty shower, you know?
Smartphone. For me, the world felt like it began to dull as soon as these stupid black boxes began to rule our lives. I still remember lining up to buy my first iPhone with my own money. This would have been around 2012, maybe.
Dude's caked up his own money. That would have been $700-ish, $800-ish back then?
2011. From there on out, I became entrenched in social media, just as it started to develop a chokehold on adolescence. Sure, the millennials before me had MySpace and my yearbook, and I actually did use those on my computer a few times, but social media becoming mobile made it that much more insidious.
Oh my God, I was so fucking wrong. The 2012 iPhone release, iPhone 5, was priced at $200, $300, or $400 for the 16 gig, 32 gig, or the 64 gig model. There was a 2-year contract according to Apple. Without contract, the prices were higher with the 16 gig model, the cheapest $200 one being $649. Okay, I was closer. So $649 is just a little below $700 for the lowest model for the phone only. Okay, that makes way more sense. Okay, phew. I was like, what the fuck? Jesus Christ, phone prices have skyrocketed. Because I remember it being over 500 quite a bit. Because you would see the price of the 200, but you knew there was a yearly 2-year contract attached to it that you were paying up the cost of the phone, but you knew the raw cost because that you could divide it out, or it would have it somewhere in there to say this is what the phone is costing you over this period.
Posting a photo to MySpace was like a rocket engineering level advanced task by the standards of current children. You had to get a digital camera, software to put it onto your computer, and then you had to upload the files, and there were
software, digital cameras had media. SD cards were, I guess, were the closer to the later side of it, but usually there was I guess sometimes there was some bullshit CD that would want to give you some application to work with your photos, but there usually was, at least with Windows, a way to just get into the raw hard drive of whatever it was, whether it was the SD card through the connection cable, firewire cable, what they used to call it, all these different things. But usually you could just get into it. I don't know why I'm nitpicking. I just
were just barriers of entry with social media that disappeared with smartphones. Many of us only had one family computer sitting in the living room. Even those of us with a personal computer often had to deal with parental oversight with how much screen time we had. Meanwhile, in the early 2010s, it seemed like most parents didn't understand how capable smartphones really were, and you could use them anywhere as much as you wanted. I made an Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Tumblr page when I got my iPhone, and from there on out, my classmates were suddenly accessible 24/7. With social media, my after-school interactions weren't just with friends whose contact...
That's a good reminder that when you're arguing with some freak on Twitter, it's probably, or well, nowadays it would be some, fucking middle-aged Nazi, but just in general, when you're barking at somebody on Twitter or someone's barking at you, they might be a fucking kid, and who's just dumb as bricks because they're just a kid. Not like that children can't be wise, but they're not, right? Like they're not. They're just a bad echo of their bullshit parents most of the time.
Information I had written down. Now I could reach basically any acquaintance I could imagine, and they could reach me. Maybe it was just my school or something, but 2011 to 2012 felt like a massive turning point in everything becoming connected. Everyone just suddenly had smartphones in the new school year, and I remember it felt like it made sense.
That was when I had my car accident, almost died, and started my job. So that's separating the distance. So he's still young and in school. I was finished with college finishing college at the my last semester, and then starting my career.
We were 13 and could truly embrace our newfound desire for teenage independence and do whatever we wanted with the internet at our fingertips, all without our parents knowing. It didn't take long before I had my first experiences with cyberbullying. I was mistakenly added to a Skype group chat where all my friends were talking about how much of an insufferable burden I was.
Yeah, that's just like the reporter getting added to the drone strikes in Yemen or the missile strikes in Yemen conversation.
I'm sure that moment altered my brain chemistry a bit. I was also receiving harassment from random emails and Facebook messages.
Is this different than being bullied IRL? Probably to some degree, right? Because it's the digital form and you're here, it's like eavesdropping on a lunchroom table when they didn't realize that you got moved to this lunch period because for some reason, and some weird school reason, and then you're sitting there not realizing they're there, but you hear them, and then you hear how they talk about you behind your back or whatever, and that's like eye-opening. It's just a different digital version of the same thing. Because I have some formative bullying moments in my mind that live in there and rear their ugly heads at times. I guess I never really had a cyberbullying moment specifically growing up, so I can't necessarily say I know what it would be, but I feel like in-person ones hurt more because you're fucking there. You know what I mean? Like you're in the real world and you're watching another person just fucking rip you apart, however they're doing it.
When my father had a brief stint in jail around that time, I had to deal with being smeared for that online. Going to my parents about that didn't even occur to me, because what exactly were my parents going to do about Skype DMs other than just not let me use the internet anymore? At that time, I don't think parents knew what to do with those situations. Parents understood how to...
What do you do about those situations? Like you as the person who lived through it, knowing that the parents would have a hard time and that you needed help with it, what is the answer? Is the answer, oh, cool, you can't be on Skype anymore, problem solved? Or is it, I'm going to Skype their parents? Like what do you think the answer would be? I think the answer would be doing your best, if you do know the parents or whatever it is, to be like, yo, this is going on. But at the same time, being like, okay, well, I'm sorry, young one, but this is one of those times where unfortunately You can't control what other people do and think. And all you can do is control what you do and think. And we can try and have their opinion change of you if they're a person you like. If they're a person that you don't like, then you kind of learn how to ignore the haters, right? It's just kind of a discussion about, I guess, life sucks sometimes, and that's not a fun conversation, but it's one that you eventually need to have, right?
To deal with their kids coming home from school beat up. But having your child burst into tears at 2 a.m. over hours of harassment online is a very different situation. Most parents in 2011 were simply going to tell their kids to just get off the internet. It's just words on a screen, that sort of thing. If turning your phone off was a viable solution, we wouldn't have had thousands of teenagers ending it over what was happening to them online. While anti-cyberbullying PSAs and short films from the era were extremely out of touch, they did successfully capture the isolation of it all. I had similar experiences, moments of breaking down in my bedroom from bullying that was happening entirely online. It's horrible, and I can only hope that today's parents can at least guide their kids through those situations. Cyberbullying can be worse than good old-fashioned bullying in some situations, as your harassers can hide behind a cloak of anonymity while you remain open and vulnerable. The first time
Okay, that could be a part of it. It could be someone who knows intimate things about you, but they come across as a anonymous profile, and they're digging at you, and you feel that you don't know who's attacking you. You don't know if they're just making it up or if they are somebody in the know, which then leads you to have some deeper thoughts about like how many people could know about this and what could it be, and make you paranoid of other friends. So that's a layer of it, I suppose. It's not just people with their face, but it's just an avatar or whatever. That would mess you up in a different way, which, depending upon what the context is and the whole background, could be worse than somebody calling you fat to your face or whatever, right? Definitely, yeah.
time I was ever doxxed, I was 14 years old on a Minecraft server. Thankfully, the address was wrong, and they only had my general identity and some family members' landline numbers. But once I was 16 and had more of a YouTube following at the time on a different channel, I got doxxed twice, and they were thorough.
Whoa. Okay. Having a, like, poppin' YouTube channel when you're 16, that's a whole different story. That's something different. Interesting. That's a layer that, wow, I have not really considered. That would hopefully not be managed on their own, but I guess ignorance can accidentally let that happen.
I had made a mostly accurate family tree with phone numbers, my high school, home address, my emails, cell number, and usernames. Staying up all night,
Are we gonna get an ad for delete me? And
wondering if someone's gonna show up at your home is not something a child should have to experience, ever. Since then, I've been extremely private on the internet. I don't put any identifying information out there. All this isn't to mention the general state of the internet back then. It was considered funny back then to send people deceiving links. At best, you got rickrolled, but oftentimes it was an execution video on LiveLeak. The internet has since cleaned up substantially. It's now much harder to access traumatizing content. In a lot of ways, we were the guinea pigs, the first to grow up with modern social media, but without the safeguards we have today. But this was all 10 years ago, when a lot of us were children. We're not being cyberbullied in middle school anymore. We're adults who can manage our own social media habits. So how are these stupid black boxes making us depressed now? Well, that's when we tread into murky waters. Actually, not just murky, outright radioactive. When you search, "Why is social media bad?" online, the results are jam-packed with hundreds of people doing what I call the guru grift. These types of creators sell courses or online guidance under the guise of self-help.
Dude, just looks like our guy, just with like glasses and like a whole like, what the hell?
I'll talk about this later in the video, but it's not a good situation. I'd go over these videos point by point, adjusting the claims and seeing if they're onto something, but I think anyone who's been on the internet in the past 10 years or who has been lectured by an old person about their internet usage could predict exactly what these videos claim. Social media is shallow. It's leading your kids down a bad path.
Like, it's the same haircut. That's crazy.
It's all fake. It could even be turning your kids gay. Like, yeah, okay, boomer. I've heard all this since social media was invented, and I was successfully turned gay, so I don't really mind. Though there is one point that I actually agree with, one diamond in the rough. I think we're all onto something when we say social media is damaging to our sense of self. A common example is Instagram. We all know everyone on there is photoshopped or edited to an insane standard. Entire industries have been created around apps making it easier to meet these impossible requirements. I can't stress enough how Instagram used to be incredibly benign. Your feed consisted of entirely unflattering food pictures or your aunt's 40th birthday party. The point used to be to share whatever you're up to in real life. Nowadays, it's, well, I'm incredibly hot, rich, and nearly naked for some reason. Did you notice in the background I've been traveling to vaguely tropical location? Who cares? You're just gonna stare at this photo while you We all know that what we see on our timelines is engineered to look effortlessly unattainable. I have to literally repeat to myself when I open the app, Instagram is not real life. But in reality, we all have a dumb, over-evolved ape brain that really can't tell the difference. No matter how much you remind yourself that social media isn't real, you can't help but feel like everyone else is living a better life.
I wonder if that's going to stay as a thing. Just because, I mean, I guess maybe it's just because I'm getting older and I'm like, yeah. First off, some of that looks exhausting, whatever it is they're doing. But also, you know, it's bullshit. So I wonder if that layer will still continue to plague the younger people, whoever they may be. Again, this is probably coming from me just not being on it as much, or never really, I've made an Instagram account. I don't think I've ever made a post. I think I made my Instagram account so I can make a Threads account when that was new. And then I never logged back in, basically. But it was because like people were trying to find an alternative to X, and that was supposed to be a big deal when it came out. So yeah, I've just avoided that stuff for whatever reason. Probably because I just had my own particular interests, whether it be video games or Warhammer 40K or whatever. And I just never felt the need to go find other stuff. I guess I had too many hobbies or whatever. I don't know. Perhaps that's a good tool to throw out to help those who struggle with these things. Which sounds like it's just touch grass or touch digital grass, I guess. I think there was a point where I'd seen some of when I was like graduating college and seeing posts from people in my similar classes that were like, I'm in New York doing it, or I'm in LA doing it. And it's just like, dang, I kind of stayed home and did the like steady, simple thing. And even that ended up exploding. But I also found out later that a lot of those people were bouncing between gigs because it's a very difficult system and they didn't have the right connections. And even though they were young and pretty, they just didn't make it, because it's not, it's all a lot of luck in these certain industries. So that's just why, not that my method was the most glamorous, whatever, and not that it was even right, but it was just one of the things I could have done. And I ended up where I'm at today. So I can't be too mad about it. So maybe I'm out of pocket to say that these things aren't as bad as they are, because there's a certain layer of the things that I never use even to this day. So it's interesting to see, but also I'm not going, I don't want to like get over dramatic about it, or not over dramatic, I guess, but that sounds like I'm just saying it doesn't exist or it's wrong, but assume that there's no way out of it, or that it can't be managed appropriately.
Gen Z has tried to inject some signature unhinged energy to counteract this trend, but I can't help but think the way Gen Z uses Instagram is yet another expression of wounded self-confidence. For those of you who go outside, you might not have noticed that younger adults aren't really posting highly contrived content to social media as religiously. Instead, sporadically posting weird, blurry camera dumps in an attempt to look
But that's you. That's you doing that.
Spontaneous. Well, it's nice to have some timeline palette cleansers between the 12-hour Photoshop projects. I can't help but wonder, are we doing this because we're rejecting influencer culture? Or are we doing this because we've grown so self-conscious that showing a clear, unfiltered photo of ourselves in HD is too intimidating to bear? I think it's a bit of both. It's obvious most of us hate influencer culture. It felt fun when it was just a few YouTubers offering us a means of escape from our mundane lives. But now it feels like every platform is just jam-packed full of rich socialites. But here's the thing, we've always had impossible beauty standards and rich people to compare ourselves to. So why is it a problem now? Well, I'd say things got a lot worse when everyone became an influencer. In 2003, people compared themselves to magazines. In 2023, you have Jason and Becky from your hometown who made a couple's Instagram as they go backpacking across Europe. To top it all off, they've somehow bought a beautiful house in Seattle and have a baby on the way despite being 24. You know for a fact they didn't grow up rich, so what the f***, Becky? Are you running a pyramid scheme or a cult? And why is your husband so hot? Are you dating a men's fitness model? You might as well just give birth onto the red carpet with those genetics. Sorry, I think that got a little too specific and personal. My bad. It stings so much more when you can see the perfectly crafted social media presence of every acquaintance you've ever known, and they all seem to be doing so much better than you. But it gets worse, because when you try to keep up with the Joneses and film a TikTok, the app is working overtime to make sure you look as conventionally attractive as possible. Nearly every social app has some sort of AI filter running at all times.
Yeah, it took me, when I first booted up TikTok to try to make some of my TikToks, I was just like, what the fuck? It was like defaulting to like images. It wasn't defaulting to videos, which I thought was really weird. The easy way to fix that is you just record a video, select it as the video you want to use, and then it gets used. So you record it in whatever app you use, whether it's the default one, or it's even like a special one that does even more manual control of the camera stuff. Take photos and then select the photo instead of using the photo built into the app itself. And it gives you the option to do that so far that I've found.
So the second you catch a glimpse of yourself, it's already been perfected by a computer. I can just feel the algorithm sizzling under the pressure when I open the camera. It does so much to my face. On some phones, even the camera itself has been engineered to do this. On my cell phone, the second the selfie camera is activated, it triggers a skin smoothing effect, like the one on Teams or Zoom, because yes, even your corporate meetings are airbrushed now. We use our phones as mirrors, growing increasingly unaware that what's on screen isn't a reflection, but rather a computer's interpretations of our own insecurities. After years of
even at my job, all of our cameras have a built-in thing they refer to as skin detail, where the actual camera sensor is told to look at this specific shade of red and blur it as it generates the image. So it's like built into the camera to blur certain things. And that, if you ever see a vector scope, where's one with the skin line shown? This is not a great version of it. This is kind of what we would use. So, professional cameras or cameras in a thing. So you would have the color area, and when you're doing a whiteboard check, you would want these boxes all to get filled in. Of course, you can't see. Now you can see my mouse. You couldn't see the mouse earlier. Bizarre. Anyway, if I use 4, we can do it. Yeah. So these individual ones are each color that want to get filled in, but there's always a line here, and that's called the skin tone line. Whether it's white people or black people or brown people, it all falls along this line, just because that's the way that whatever that color gets captured by the camera. And I guess it's more of a dark reddish hue than a true black hue, or even the brown colors come across that on that gradient. So the camera's told to blur along this line to some degree, and there's different phases and amounts and different things you can do, but that's how even like professional TV cameras will kind of soften the look, because when HD came out, everyone was like, egads, we are old and we look terrible. So they wanted a way to make them feel better and more confident, and it just made TV look like another false example of how humans are, or whatever it is. It would cause problems when people would like, you'd be like doing a cooking show and you try to like zoom into like mac and cheese or something, and it would, or like even like a coral jewelry, it would just look blurry, and because it had the same kind of reds in it, and it would throw it all off, and you'd have to like, okay, I'm on a close up, pop skin detail off, now the thing's in focus, and then go back to their hand or their face, put skin detail back on, and then, you know, especially because our network had a lot of older people who were on camera, so it was really important because they wanted to look good. But I always think about that because that's been around for a long time.
Seeing myself through a computer, I find myself having a rude awakening every time I try to get ready in the morning. Wow. If only my mother found the coat hanger. I look like if a bunch of STIs grew into the shape of a human. I'm gonna have to get on my gay shit
He's trying his like insult comedy, tight five, just on himself in the mirror every morning.
and learn how to contour, but the twinks at Sephora are kind of scary. Maybe I can just get hit by a city bus so I can afford some plastic surgery. That might fix this, hopefully. Social media in its current form can be very damaging, and I really don't think you need me to tell you that. That being said, the dose makes the poison. If we only spent the occasional hour in our airbrushed digital utopias, we wouldn't be having this conversation. In reality, 59% of the world's population is on social media, spending an average of 6 hours a day on various platforms.
So television, magazines, you know, all those different forms also were around and in people's faces. But I guess there's a higher exposure and also more of a personal touch because of people you know. Definitely would be a higher surge of it because we're more aware of body dysmorphia and self-esteem problems, but also probably hand in hand with more direct exposure. I could see that, right?
Now, you could argue this is simply due to social media being so addictive, engineered to keep us from looking away. We really do live in a society. My wife left me because of my Venmo addiction. God, I wish I could just talk about these things without sounding like a boomer. Sure, it is true social media companies want to make money. That's literally the whole point. And aside from tampering with our political system, they make money through keeping you scrolling so you can watch ads for Chinese dropshipping or some new startup that's missing its vowels. So with profits increasing as user retention increases, these apps are going to be designed for dependence. There's many ways we do this. Things like gamification, where you design everything to work around points, tokens, interactivity, or rewards. These methods work, but I think we're all analyzing social media in a vacuum. The truth is, 1 in 4 people plan on being a social media influencer as a career. And looking at the state of the job market and the cost of college, I don't blame them at all. Hell, I'm Gen Z, and I've been making online content since I was like 7 years old. I'm definitely part of the problem, which you can support on patreon.com/finding_subtext. Please give me an escape from late-stage capitalism. I will literally start camming if I have to. Because that's the thing, we're really miserable, and social media could be making us a little more miserable, but the outside world is doing far worse to us and making us
Counterpoint, I'm miserable and I'm not on social media.
turn to things like social media.
Right. Is that supposed to be a video rental store or a library? I think it's.
Am I allowed to have an OnlyFans while working at Geico? After no raise, I'm desperate for money. This is not a joke. Instacart is dead. How do you start selling feet pics? Do they have to be my feet? Please advise. Considering selling my underwear for money, options for legitimate work are non-existent. I have a master's degree, but can't afford childcare, and the wait is 9 months anyways. I need some extra cash. This sucks. In the past 10 years, as our economy reaches a breaking point, people have pursued any possible form of flexible employment to make ends meet. People started driving
Gig
for
economy,
Uber
gig
or making
economy,
an Etsy store. If you had an art hobby, now you take commissions on Fiverr or on social media. News outlets like to frame this as young people being entrepreneurs and business savvy, but the reality is we're just monetizing every possible second of our waking lives because it is too expensive. Let's take a little field trip to a random rural state. Let's do Vermont. The median income in Vermont is $32,000 a year. After taxes, you're left with around $2,000 a month if we're being generous, and that's not including any deductions like health insurance. According to Zillow, the median rent in Vermont's small city of
Dude, $32,000 a year is an insane median income. Oh my God. Christ, that's rough. 32. Oh, wait. Divide by. So that's 25% tax rate. That's probably a little high for somebody who's making that low. Let's see, tax brackets. Federal income tax brackets. 22% up to 47,000. Only 12% up to 11,000. So there the $11,601 to the much lower than them. So they only get taxed 12% on the majority of their stuff. So they are not getting taxed that high. And also they would get most of that shit back. So
Burlington, where most of the jobs are, is $2,100 a month. Well, of course it's expensive in Burlington. It's a tourist town in New England, a disgusting liberal stronghold. Any smart person would live out in the country where it's affordable. Living rural would save you about $100, as the statewide median rent is still $2,000 a month. Well, yeah, renting is just paying off someone else's mortgage. Only idiots choose to rent. The average home in Vermont is $320,000 with a $15,000 down payment. That's a monthly mortgage payment of $1,900 a month. And how exactly are you going to save like $15,000 for a down payment when rent is literally more than your income? This is not just Vermont either. I picked that state completely randomly. In the neighboring state of Massachusetts, the median rent is $3,200 a month on Zillow, and the nationwide median rent is nearly $2,000 a month, with the American median income being $31,000 a year.
a couple of years ago, median income of US says it's 40,000 as of 2023, which would be around this, but maybe their stuff was a couple of years old, but it's not much different. It used to be what, 37 a few years ago? Same in New Hampshire. Yeah, I imagine. Big gap between rich and poor. I mean, that's basically going to be everywhere. But also, how long has it been since you take a look? And I mean, I imagine it would still hold true to some degree, but it might have even grown deeper.
Government assistance like food stamps or Section 8 housing is tied to the federal poverty line, which is still $14,000 a year. You would have to make less than that to be considered poor by the federal government. At some point, the government realized we could pull off low poverty metrics by just barely raising the poverty line for 40 years. I'd argue they've done this with inflation too, as food or housing costs are often kept out of inflation metrics. As is true for many things, mostly blue states are trying to pick up this.
I mean, technically, the government doesn't like specifically set inflation in place, but I get what it's getting at.
Lack of a government that's barely done anything since 2010. So many states are now providing assistance to those up to 200% of the poverty line. But when 200% of the poverty line is $28,000 a year before taxes or healthcare, The average person is simultaneously too poor and too wealthy to survive. With our income being so heavily tied up in housing costs, we're willing to take on a second, third, or fourth job so we don't join the 34 million Americans with food insecurity or the growing homeless population. Our desperation gives gig employers like Uber or Instacart a lot of leverage. As a result, Uber drivers make just $19 an hour, and after taxes, gas, and car expenses, that's more like $10, maybe $12.
Yeah, that's the part that's kind of insane, is they don't really cover those things. And even if they ever do cover, like, uh-oh, the drunk people I picked up puked in my back seat, I need to clean this. It's like a bunch of like weird automated reports you got to send and wait for to get approvals, and then they might get flagged, then you get denied, and you got to try and call a number to see why it got denied, because you may have had too many, but you're like, well, I live in an area where there's a lot of drunks and a lot of bars, and this happens, you know, and I just got a bad luck streak, and I'm not just trying to scam the system. And, you know, there's a lot, they create these barriers, even if they do try to help you, but they won't help you with gas or whatever, or car expenses. But, yeah, and also like insurance and any car accident, you're on your own, champ. You know, you're an individual contractor.
$12 an hour just for the privilege of Kaylee throwing up in your back seat on girls' night out. And also, these gig jobs are only available in really expensive, highly populated cities. With such few viable options, what are young people supposed to do? A college education doesn't always yield good jobs and can easily put you in $100,000 of debt. Sure, trade school is only $15,000, but if everyone became a plumber, we'd have a lot of homeless plumbers. Not to mention the fact that many people need to spend their productive hours working so they don't starve, not in a trade program that may or may not pan out in a good paying job years down the line. So people resort to selling their bodies.
I mean, that's a bit of a pessimistic view on trades overall. The idea that there's a timeline to get ramped up and costs involved, you would need to specifically want to be like your own, like if you don't want to work for like a business, like I'm going to become an HVAC guy, and you kind of just work as one of the HVAC guys in an HVAC company. But a lot of times those things only really kind of work out when they sort of run their own business. But then you're running a website and managing calls and then sending invoices. And it's also kind of a bit of a, like you're dealing with like rental real estate to keep up a place, and then hiring employees or whatever. It's a bit more of like, in order to be particularly successful at it, you kind of have to like branch out into sort of like a small business angle. Versus, and then private equity comes in and buys it out and then makes it shit, and then that's a whole different side of the thing. Yeah.
A year ago, my husband and I moved from a really large, like major metropolitan area to a dying city in the Midwest as an attempt to escape a high cost of living. It didn't work and actually financially ruined us even more, but that's besides the point. We moved to a place where religion and tradition dominates the culture. Yet even here, I've had multiple housewives tell me that they were considering getting into accounting or selling their feet pics and used underwear online. And no, I don't mean actually accounting, I just can't say the actual words. They make an OnlyFriends page about that. For these people, the desire for a side hustle wasn't driven by the pursuit of luxury, rather a longing for the simple things we once took for granted. Things like having 2 working cars for a household again, so they could manage grocery shopping while their husband works 2 jobs, or being able to afford childcare so they could afford to get a job and get out of poverty.
Like the cleaning lady that worked the overnight hours that would come in every day when I was working, she had multiple jobs. And even when this one job shut down, she's like, well, because she's like older, she's like, well, I'm starting to take some of my Social Security, but I'll still have a job over there for a few days. And she has these really long drives, and like, but like she would work harder than I would ever work. I felt like it felt wrong that this much older lady was like limping around, mopping the floors and shit, and I'm just like getting paid probably twice as much to do nothing in comparison. I mean, there's a couple of days where I did some good work and I did a good job, but the system does not feel equitable. And knowing that, I mean, like I hated having one job. I could not imagine having multiple jobs, trying to juggle them. I still have nightmares about my job every night since I got laid off, actually, which is weird because I didn't really dream about it all that often. I would have work dreams here and there, but I didn't have them that many. But as soon as I got laid off, it's now happening every night, which is also weird because I don't feel like I think about it that much. I guess it's this weird, like, I'm ready to go back to work, even though, like, if it's like I'm on an extended vacation or something. If I think back, like, during vacations, did I dream about work occasionally? And I kind of did, I think. But this is just me reaching back into my subconscious, trying to remember what it was like and why this might be happening. Also, my dreams have a lot of school mixed in as well. It's this weird school work combination. Bizarre.
These were topics of everyday conversation, much like how my husband openly wishes we get hit by a car to pay off our student loans every time we walk through a parking lot together. These remarks have become sort of a millennial tic. People just say that now and then move on with the conversation as if it's normal. But it's not normal. It shouldn't be normal for everyday people to wish they could sell their bodies or win a personal injury claim just for some semblance of security.
Technically, that's how we have a house. Is I got crushed in that famous car accident, and then even with a bad lawyer and a less than 50% settlement and all the lawyer fees and all the medical bills, we had a little bit of money we could set aside, which is not that much, but it was able to keep us afloat for the years of schooling that Kara had to go through, that I had to finish up. Well, I think we still both worked as well. I mean, it wasn't like it just literally paid for school or whatever, but it was just having a background pile of money. First and last month's rent was easy to afford. Security for any major issue, whatever it was. And then, keeping money in savings or eventually having money to then put into a down payment. Again, not enough to do the full 15, 20%, but enough to get us in the door, because even with dual income and small expenses, it was difficult to save up a lot of money when over half of your paycheck is rent. And it's only getting worse and worse for people, which is rough. It's rough.
So, I did not mean for
he uses Premiere
to sound like I was invalidating or going against anyone who has chosen a career in, let's say, adult performance. Like, I think that is a totally valid line of work. I think that we should do more to protect people who choose that form of employment, and it's real work. It's a real job. I realized while editing that I kind of sounded like I was shaming those types of workers, and that's not at all what I was trying to do. So if you took it that way...
I have the built-in shame of sex work, so I didn't even think about his tone being like anti-sex work overall, but I can see how, just thinking back on it, yeah, like he's saying they have to do it. They're resorting down to it or whatever it is. But that is sort of the normal society's perspective on it. For worse, it's not a for better or for worse scenario. It's definitely a downside to the shame that comes with it, or the shame that people put on it. It is going to be difficult for me to completely remove that stigma in my own head. I would never consciously do it, but I'm sure I would subconsciously do it, where I would just say like, oh, you got to resort to selling a feet pic. But no, a feet pic should be just as, whatever. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Not what I meant. Let's get back to the video. Gen Z especially hasn't really known a sense of stability. We were raised in the immediate aftermath of towers falling, growing up on a diet of graphic footage from both that and conflicts in the Middle East. The 2008 financial crisis forced millions of us out of our childhood homes. I was actually lucky by Gen Z or young millennial standards. In 2008, I didn't end up on the streets like my husband did as a child, but like many others, my parents separated and I was moved across the country being bounced between job markets. Whether it was homelessness, foreclosure, divorce, or general instability, I think a lot of us were traumatized as children. We had no control over...
And I guess that's where I had a better than most upbringing, right? I had more stability. more things, even though I would put us in the lower middle class based off of certain things like not having vacations, not having new cars, or the fanciest, setups and laptops and all kinds of fun things that you would want to buy. Things were stable. So
what was happening in 2008, and I didn't even fully understand what the stock market was, let alone why it was taking my father away along with my house, friends, school, and community. Then 2012 came along, and I remember feeling like way too much was going on all at once. Grass became legal in my state, which at the time I strongly protested. There was a really tough election cycle. I was the only person in my friend group that didn't hate Obama. And most importantly, there were multiple high-profile mass firing events leading to frequent
that's crazy. Yeah, like that's another angle of a lot of this that I never had to think about. I guess it must have really kind of kicked off a lot more. I remember being in college around my freshman year in college. We're talking like 2008, 7-ish. Probably, yes. I guess it would be 6 or 7. And certain things happening that would make me scared. But even then it was little. We did not have drills taught to us. There are now a lot of kids who have had a school shooting in elementary school, and then school shooting in a middle school, and then a school shooting in a high school. And then the rare combination, trifecta, quadfecta of them then having a shooting at college. But it has happened to some. Obviously, the more layers, the more exponentially less there are. But even just having one school shooting that you survive through would be insane. But then having different ones at different places is just completely unthinkable. And yet we live in that country that does it. And it's the only one that does it. And we were like, we're so fucking awesome. That's just an insane thing that is just kind of like, well, you can't convince the Congress to do anything about it. It's not the right time. It's just crazy.
Not to mention, in 2013, my school had an attempted firing event. Thankfully, nothing came out of it aside from a few lawsuits. But growing up, passively thinking about dying over your algebra textbook can really chip away at a child, as you would expect it to. By 2016, we had another brutal election. And from there on out, regardless of what party you belong to, I think we can agree things have been unraveling since then. The 2020 situation only threw more gasoline on the fire, leading to widespread instability in every facet of life. Think about what instability feels like for a second. To me, instability feels like a lack of power. I look at the generations that came before me, and I see incredible power there. Thinking back to my parents' generation, the baby boomers, the way they lived is absolutely mesmerizing to me. I was born into a single-income household. On that one income earned without a high school education, my parents were able to buy not just a house, but a house that perfectly matched their preferences based on how much they wanted to spend. Like, they could just leisurely buy a house they actually enjoyed with an offer below asking price, with a mortgage payment that still left them able to function and live. Like, they had excess money after paying the mortgage. I don't get it. They could afford professional movers to move them into the house, and contractors to renovate the house every time something fell out of fashion.
That's
like,
crazy.
wouldn't it be so cool to have servants that will repair things for you that you can just afford somehow? I have to do my own drywall, electrical, and plumbing repairs on my own apartment, and you're telling me my parents could just hire someone to rehab a house they just own without lifting a finger? And like, as a reminder, they would just like tear out a kitchen if it was like, ew, it's dated from the 70s. Not like when some kind of major failure happens, like a pipe bursting and they've had damage or something. Like they just thought things looked dated, so they just did, like, they built new things. I don't get it. I can't imagine living somewhere that's actually customized to me. I'm fighting for my life just to afford 500 square feet of the landlord special. The biggest apartment I've ever lived in was 650 square feet, yet my parents just owned a place with 3 bathrooms. Like, just make it make sense. That's wealth so abundant that it becomes world building. Not only could they afford a nice house on a few acres, but they also could have 2 new cars, a motorcycle, take trips to Europe, eat out regularly, have a monthly housekeeper, and afford childcare. This is just off of my father's income working IT at a phone company. He didn't
crazy.
graduate high school, but this was the late 90s, and all of these luxuries were pretty affordable back then. The average salary of an IT administrator in 1998 was $61,000, and today the average salary for the same job is $72,000. In 1998, the median house cost was $152,000.
Like, that's crazy. That's like I had to climb a whole bunch of ranks in the TV production business, and what the fuck? What? Whoa, wait a minute. Wait, that's the wrong multiple decades. Wait a second.
And today the median house price is $467,000.
Because this is higher than I've ever made. I've never made this much.
Rent was averaging at $500 a month, and today it's $2,000. The price of a new car averaged at $22,000. Today,
yeah, I still think of cars being, oh, it's about $20,000 for a new car. For a new sedan, it's $20,000. Not the case. Not true. Now it's this, and that doesn't seem right. But yeah, even that seems weird. But I guess the way that those weird loans work. That's how
it's $49,000. Gas prices have increased by 300%. Private
also crazy that it used to be about half a car, a little over half a car, but now it's over a car. Like, and cars have gone up by twice, over twice. That's crazy.
College tuition has increased from $13,000 to nearly $51,000. I could go on forever. Literally everything is disproportionately more expensive now. Wages began to stagnate in the 1970s and 80s. This was a time of union busting and trickle-down Reaganomics. But Gen Z entered adulthood at a time when everything got so much worse. It would be one thing if we were raised prepared for this. Some of us were. Many Gen Z are what's called old poor and have mastered survival without resources. But many of us elder Zoomers were raised middle class and had no idea this economic devastation was coming. We were told to get good grades, go to college, and that was the path to our parents' world-building wealth. That was the plan a lot of us prepared for up until the age of 18. But as society destabilized further, a lot of us looked around and said, oh God, I don't think I can afford college, especially in this economy. Instead of increasing each year as usual, college enrollment has gone down 6.5% in the last few years. Now, just 51% of teenagers plan on getting a four-year degree. In my mind, the quintessential Gen Z and millennial experience was like being guided towards a bright future, only to be stranded alone in hell. This explains the longing for a world that seemingly no longer exists, a world that's closer to what we were expecting. Sure, everyone's nostalgic for their childhoods, but haven't you noticed a bit of an unusual intensity in that nostalgia recently? First, it was millennials, with the 90s kid mania of the early 2010s. Only 90s kids remember making mixtapes. Man, I miss when video games existed, and rubber bands, I guess. My personality is a landline phone. Life hasn't been the same since corporation.
I mean, I guess I never did this shit. I did these things. I remember the weird roofed Pizza Huts and the thing and the book club reading thing and the fucking salad bar. But like, I didn't make this my personality about it. I never posted like that, which I guess is good. I helped this person's sanity slightly.
And change branding. BuzzFeed will pay for their sins someday. By the time the 90s kid trend fizzled away, modern social media was really building its influence. And we started communicating through art or aesthetics far more. Our memes went from text walls to just single existential images. On the early internet, everyone was insulated on small forums or websites. People communicated directly through text-based posts. On what I'd call the modern internet, people communicate through hashtags or trends, and it's much more of a visual medium. So by the time 2014 came around and the 90s kid trend was fading, we got to see our first visual nostalgia trend, Vaporwave. The timing couldn't have been better for Vaporwave, as Tumblr was hitting its peak around this time. One of Tumblr's gimmicks was aesthetic pages. People would put ridiculous effort into HTML coding their way to the perfect vibe, and users could curate their feed by following certain styles or aesthetics. Vaporwave could get dark. There was certainly
a lot of that I had never considered, like the hand going into the face or like colored photography or whatever. I never really considered that vaporwave. Maybe the slight neon in the glasses, but even that I wouldn't have considered. So
following
interesting.
certain styles or aesthetics. Vaporwave could get dark. There was certainly a melancholy chic to it. Vaporwave also became a music trend where people would take sad music, add reverb, slow it down, and remix it into a long, dreary mixtape.
So that is also a good part of it. I mean, to me, some vaporwave is like just trancey, beboppy, 80s synthy style music. But then I guess that's more of a synth wave than vaporwave, I suppose. But I guess I just the two aesthetics merged together for me. But I was incorrect about it because I ended up looking up something that had that vaporwave, and it was just a little too slowed down, a little too. I feel like it's both. Maybe it was just like it was a little too like. I guess depressing, I guess, is how you would put it. Because famously, I like the beginning is the end is the beginning, which is a version of a song that was used in like a Batman movie from the Smashing Pumpkins. But the real one, or the main one, was the end is the beginning is the end. So they just kind of flipped it around. And I prefer the slower version, or like the song Hurt by Johnny Cash. I like the slower, more emotional, powerful version. But that style of music, the vaporwave style, like what I'm hearing now, it's just a little too broken out. Well, it was used in Watchmen trailer that's where I first noticed it. But it had been used in a Kevin Costner Batman like many years before. So that's the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger in it. Yeah. And Mr. Freeze. I don't remember, Eyes to meet you, kind of, yeah.
Take vaporwave, fill it with even more existential pain, and you have one of Gen Z's first major aesthetic trends, liminal spaces. Much like vaporwave, it's an audio-visual aesthetic featuring loneliness and relishing the echoes of a brighter past. It's definitely somewhat fashionable right now to critique the suburbs, and trust me, I absolutely hate suburbia. That being said, I'd do just about anything for a chance to live in a Y2K McMansion working a shitty office job that can comfortably pay for everything. You know those images where it's like, would you live in this cabin for $1 million? Yeah, I'd curb stomp a puppy for a McMansion. I mean, any kind of comfortable housing would be beautiful. Like having more than 500.
No, you wouldn't. Mostly because you would never trust that someone would actually pay you and it would be legal, which is reasonable.
100 square feet to fit both me, my husband, and like my several pets into would be amazing. I love that. When I see a picture like this on a TikTok aesthetic page, I think, wow, that's luxury, a privileged life I was once promised but will never obtain. As I watch
who the fuck would post just that? That's
my
crazy.
friends get deeper into their 20s and 30s, I keep hearing them joke about adulting. A lot of us are experiencing imposter syndrome, where we feel like we aren't truly capable or deserving of the roles we fill. Usually, imposter syndrome traditionally happens at work. You get some sort of new job with an upgrade in title, and then you wonder, am I really good enough to be the director of corporate synergy at Business Incorporated? But when people say something like, wow, look at me adulting, when they file their taxes, sign up for health insurance, get married, or like clean their apartment, something is clearly wrong. I think the reason imposter syndrome has become so widespread is because there's a juxtaposition in everyday life that didn't used to be there. Imagine it this way. You're 35, 10 years out of college, scraping by while you make your student loan payments. Your loan balance is now $20,000 higher than the original $80,000 principal, despite paying hundreds into it each month because of interest. After 10 years of grinding in your industry, the boomers have finally started letting go of their corporate jobs, and you snatch one of them up. You're now the senior managerial strategist of management at Business Incorporated. You spend your days in a fancy office building in a fancy city surrounded by luxury, directing a team of people reporting to the vice president of this huge, powerful company. Corporations love making every job sound like it's the most important and advanced thing ever. You're not a manager, you're a neurosurgeon of managerial synergy and ad hoc data analysis while you meet your quarterly targets for stakeholders. So you're going to work where you're made to feel like the world hinges on your job performance. You're going to company dinners at 5-star restaurants. You work downtown surrounded by luxury retail. There's a Gucci store across the street from your office. Yet simultaneously, you're being called by collections because you went to the hospital in January. You drive a 20-year-old Honda Civic that runs on prayer alone. Because renting an apartment within an hour of Business Incorporated's global headquarters is taking up over half of your salary. You're making $75,000 a year, which sounded like a dream when you were in college, but now you find yourself binging TikTok videos on how to feed yourself from the dollar store because you're trying to save for a condo on the rough side of town. Then, one day, your landlord...
It's possible that some of the city stuff with those rates are more viable because, yeah, that's like, damn, that's a lot of money. That's more than I ever made.
calls, and
I live in a suburb city, so it's still like somewhat closer.
your rent is going up from $2,800 a month to $3,600 a month. And there goes your dreams of someday owning a 400 square foot condo next to the methadone clinic. You no longer have any money to save. The juxtaposition between achieving your dream salary at your dream company, yet struggling to survive, is so palpable that it covers your life with a light veneer of disassociation. We find ourselves doing the things our parents did on paper, yet without any of the expected results. With each passing milestone, we think to ourselves, oh yeah, I really just did achieve that milestone. Doesn't really feel like anything though. It probably doesn't help that we're being gaslit by society on an hourly basis. We're told we live in a meritocracy, where if we just put the work in, we'll get the fruits of our labor. There's this whole ideology of getting on your grind set and working harder and longer hours than everyone else so you too can be Jeff Bezos and cheat on your wife. But if hard work paid off, we'd have more than a small handful of examples. There would be way more Jeff Bezos. Unfortunately, that'd be scary. Young people are beginning to understand this. As a result, we do our jobs with apathy. We take part in a dying system because we still need to survive, but we're definitely not passionate or giving it our 110%. Still, we're made to feel like we're going crazy. There's been a long-standing social pressure to not rock the boat, not to have strong opinions, or to act openly depressed with things. I think that's beginning to change, but for the time being, we're surrounded by people pretending like they're thriving while we feel like we want to drive off a bridge on our way to Business Incorporated. We're languishing under the misery of late-stage capitalism. Life kind of just sucks right now, and it makes sense it's taking a toll on young people. The core of modern life is trying to do things by yourself that our ancestors did with the support of entire villages, and then wondering why you're tired all the time. An easy example is childcare. Women are expected to spend 9 months being violently ill, followed by 2 years of postpartum mood instability, while maintaining a full-time career while raising a child mostly by themselves for 18 years. In the past, we said it takes a village to raise a child. Now it supposedly takes just 1 to 2 people who are already working full-time jobs. Working parents used to be able to get childcare through their communities. Now we've turned that into a commodity that costs an average of $700 per week.
Sorry, I was hitting the wrong button. I was trying to bring up my easy cam as well. I think I hit my close-up face shot, but it didn't find the face fast enough, so I was able to stop it. That was easy.
But this is how capitalism works. We take basic needs and turn them into products wherever possible. We used to have public transit, but now we have cars that cost us over $10,000 a year. We used to have free community spaces, or community-run dining halls, public pools, all of those things. Now we have dying malls, expensive coffee shops, or bars. We used to have trusted friends and loved ones. Now we pay monthly for AI chatbots that can be our friends or even our love interests. Think about how impossible it is to do anything without spending money. This change really happened in the 20th century.
My mom predicted it more than I thought she did when she was like, "Oh, if only you could make an app that would be your friend." It's like, I was like, that's dumb. I mean, I guess I still think it's dumb, but it's just real. So it's like, what the hell? Yo, what up? We're watching a video that you might know the answer to, which is, why is Gen Z so miserable? I guess it's in the up there because the cat's covering it. But
with the rise of suburbs and rampant individualism, Gen Z has been really slow to get driver's licenses. Just 25% of 16-year-olds have one now.
really? That's interesting. Probably because they can't afford cars.
Makes sense when you think about it. With 63% of Americans living paycheck to paycheck, most families are not buying their 16-year-old a car anymore. They can't even save any money, let alone car money. Even Zoomers that have cars can't exactly afford to go anywhere. I've had this issue many times as an adult. I look at my husband on a Saturday morning and go, what are we even gonna do today? We can't afford the gas to take like a day trip like we used to do. We can't afford a concert or really any other type of event. We could go thrifting, but I'm pretty tired of walking around the same 3 Goodwills every weekend thinking, wow, that looks cool. Hopefully it'll still be there next paycheck. So as usual, I end up taking a special gummy and watching Netflix all day. We're increasingly directed to the internet for what leisure time we have left. This is true for teenagers as much as it is for adults. How exactly are you going to go catch a ride to meet up with friends when you're 15 and your parents are both working 2 jobs to make rent? I think tech does help in this regard to some extent. Online games paired with voice chat are much better than nothing when it comes to socialization. But if this is your only way to be with your friends as a teenager, you're likely going to end up socially underdeveloped. Also, a lot of
That makes sense.
people aren't using the internet as a way to hang out with school or work friends without spending money. A lot of people are trying to meet their social
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when I would think about how having a kid would feel, when I think back on me learning to drive, I'm just like, how the fuck did they teach us how to drive? Then say, okay, here are the keys. Drive safe. Bye-bye. And it's just like, oh my God, like, it's crazy. It's crazy.
needs through heavy social media use alone. Google is playing some really important roles these days, from therapist to triage nurse. Most of us don't have doctors we can just call with questions anymore, so now we're making medical decisions with a computer. Again, this is better than nothing, but a computer should not be our only option when we need to do things. And I feel like that's a theme with where we are these days. Technology does benefit our lives in a lot of ways, but it's also being misapplied as a replacement to essential things needed to survive. Not to mention the dangers of giving a search and discovery algorithm the power of being the first person we turn to with our life's questions. This is where the social media stuff I was talking about earlier comes back into focus. Earlier in this video, I talked about how social media platforms are ultimately here to make money. And so they design the platforms to be as addictive as possible to keep you on for longer so you can see more ads and give them more user data to sell. Well, one of the ways they keep you engaged is with controversy. Controversial content is generally suppressed and banned from social media platforms. The mentality is if YouTube is promoting too many epic gamer moments,
The bridge. When Cinemarxism was uploading the edit that I made, he was getting an alert that told him not allowed to be on the For You page, whatever it was, because of something. So we kept trying to change the title, remove a scene that had a text of the word kill or something, just trying to find ways to let it through the filters. And even when we finally got an edit that would, it still didn't seem to hit. But then again, bad luck, bad time of day, who knows, right?
They might not want to advertise their child labor chocolate on YouTube. It's just not a good look. Now, personally, I think Johnson & Johnson has a lot more to worry about than their baby powder advertisements being shown before a video where someone says f*** a few times. Like,
Okay, I was thinking that they were talking about and showing the cancer causing whatever.
maybe first worry about the asbestos in the baby powder or the child labor you're using to manufacture it, but I guess that's just me, being an ethical little Gen Z consumer.
Johnson & Johnson is a family company, so the F word is just, I was going to say F slur. The F word is not something that they can condone when they're selling their products.
As a result, these platforms use AI
But cancers are totally fine. That's completely win.
to automatically flag content for suppression or removal. The problem is a ton of minorities are being shunned off the platform for merely talking about their own experiences. A gay man might want to make a video about what I guess I'll call, home of phobia, and that will get suppressed.
Ah. Sorry, homosexuals. Only straight men can handle this. I mean, I guess gay men are like, okay, sure. Right? Or do they mean gay women? I don't understand. Because usually when people say homosexuals, they usually just point at gay men. For some reason, misogyny has worked out that way that most of the damage, not all, but most, seems to be pointed towards gay men.
Pressed for being controversial. A small creator will make a video about current events, and that will be deemed as misinformation and also suppressed or banned. So, okay.
I mean, you can think about the political tag being put onto channels. I put it on willingly just to try it out. Also to remove ads. Family killer, family company. Yes. People that would put like, oh, I'm from Iran. They put Iran as a tag. All of a sudden, political. You're political. Oh, I'm trans. Political. You're political now. Oh, do you only play video games? You play idle games and whatever? Nope, you're political now. And that changes which pool of ads they can pull from, because these advertisers need to submit their ad buy, but then also check a box that says this. The straights can have you. Yeah.
Okay. No controversial content.
That's what I was thinking.
Discussing current events or talking about rape.
And I'm like, no, that's okay. No. I mean, no, thank you. Thank you for the offer, but no, thank you.
Or sexuality or gender identity. Got it. YouTube is just a platform for weird AI-generated kids videos about getting pregnant for some reason. That's what we gotta do now.
No, not political. No. Even though technically bigger than the Daily Wire by consistent view counts, and despite having no actual political ideology that he can reasonably articulate, but sure. Funny that he would make a clip or just be all like thinking that he's being mega burst when he's saying that Zoran is the only one that doesn't want to visit Israel, so I should vote for him. Also, socialists and people that believe Palestine should exist are evil and need to be deported or whatever. And it's just like, you make no sense, dude. Yeah, base.
On this episode of Finding Subtext, trending intellectual property gets microchipped with used epidermic needles.
So the post-apocalypse internet
Hypercam, unlicensed Hypercam 2
is going to be safe
Classic.
And family-friendly. But the algorithm still prioritizes content that gets a lot of interaction, like comments or shares. And controversy is usually the thing that motivates the most discussion. See the problem here? As a result, the breeders get to discuss a lot about those of us deemed controversial. These influencers aren't deeply analyzing heavy subjects in a way that would trigger suppression. Rather, they talk about random fringe issues that have yet to make their way into a suppression database and somehow link those back to minorities. Actually, let's just compare the two approaches here.
For the sake of this video, we're going to pretend this is a server room of some huge social media company. The monitor on the right will display what these moderation systems think of the content displayed on the left monitor. This hypothetical moderation system has 3 states. It can deem a video advertiser-friendly, suppressed, or banned. Obviously, the moderation systems that real apps and websites use is a lot more advanced than this. But I think this is a good way to display how these systems generally react to certain types of content.
Hey, I just want to get on here and talk about all of the misinformation regarding current event. It seems like, especially on social media, as a queer person, I'm getting really concerned about the rhetoric against our community being mainstreamed. Welcome to the John Smith Show, where the forbidden truth is exposed. We cover things no one else is brave enough to talk about, because if you follow the truth, you'll get canceled, leaving you unable to show your face in public or...
I assume this is an Alex Jones allegory.
So, the Daily Pulse has just renewed my $80 million contract, and so I thought we should just build a new soundstage while we're at it. What do you think? I just thought the last one was so modest. So now we're working out of a new production facility as part of a $20 million expansion plan sponsored by Exxon. Anyways, in today's suppressed, borderline illegal show, We'll be looking at Gen Z's disturbing TikTok videos. Your children are in danger.
Hi, I'm gay, and I think I should be allowed to exist.
Disgusting.
Wow, that's cringe. I hope these people get dealt with, if you know what I mean. These people want your kids, and so do we, which is why after just 6 monthly payments of $49.99.95, you can gain access to the Daily Pulse Education Collection. Homeschool your kids with facts and logic
Technically, the word gay was in there, but I get what they're
on
getting
your
at.
side. When you talk about real issues with actual nuance, you can't use vague, controversial language like, these people need to be dealt with. If you're one of these people, in order to talk about your experiences or your community's history, you're forced to use precise language to do so. Hateful rhetoric has the advantage of not needing to be logical or accurate to be effective. You can just say, these people are cringe, and leave it at that. No algorithm trigger words needed. Whereas, if you're trying to refute hateful rhetoric, you have to use real words to dismantle the claims being made against you. As a result, only controversial content that uses extremely vague language to get its point across ends up succeeding online, which is typically going to be hateful content. With the internet being the first point of contact for our questions, and by extension, the arbiter of public opinion, this is really concerning. Take a generation that's grappling with mental health at unprecedented rates, combined with search and discovery algorithms being the first point of contact, and you have a crisis on your hands.
So one of the sometimes brought up version is they go like, okay, this is the public square, but now it's under private control and open to private moderation. At one point, people were complaining that it was too liberally minded in its content moderation. And then now it seems like, especially certain ones, they are put on a different one. Yeah, he is kind of a Garfield. He's got a bit more white going on. So we like to think of him like his belly's all white and he's got little socks on his feet, little white paws. So he's a bit of a creamsicle, but he's a big lazy boy. We haven't given him any lasagna, obviously, but now it seems like a lot of the different social media seems to not necessarily favor, but basically favor right-wing positioning on things, or we're seeing a resurgence, especially with X or Twitter. But the option that is available is a government version of a thing, or the government buying out these things and then making it a more open thing. But then everyone would be mad because if the government ever moderated their post or put a fact check on their post or suppressed their post, then it would just be even more up in arms about stuff. Because when it's a private company, they can be mad, but they feel like they would be more mad when it would ever happen, because you can't have true freedom of speech, because even the freedom of speech has limits on what it has. Just call it that. Oh, X. Yeah. Well, the other person earlier was calling it X. So that's kind of where it got stuck in my head, because I was saying that if you call it X, you have to call it X, the everything app, as one combined like sentence, just because it's stupid. And even they seem to have dropped that angle of it, but that's just kind of pointing out that it doesn't do everything. But yeah, Twitter is definitely still like twitter.com still works. Links with Twitter in it still work. People still, but back when I had it, XXX, back when I had it in my thing but I don't really post there, but I would have the little Twitter bird with like an X over its eyes or whatever. Or at least on the bigger versions of it. I think down there it was just an X over its entire body because it's so small. But yeah, so like, what's the solution to this problem? Because this problem exists, but what are you gonna do? Oh, the Vin Diesel movie. Got it. Yeah, I never saw that movie, just because it was just kind of like it looked like a generic movie. I hate to say it. I don't know. I wasn't necessarily a Vin Diesel hater, but I wasn't a Vin Diesel like mega fan either. So like Riddick, I think I've seen parts of it, but I never seen it. I heard it's good. People liked it. But yeah.
Hey, I just want to get on here and talk about my personal experience with mental health for anyone else who's struggling out there. I was struggling for several years,
Interesting.
and I tried just about anything. I tried therapy, I tried any treatments my psychiatrist could throw at me, and nothing seemed like it was working. So, as a last resort, I ended up trying one of those infusion places, which I was really nervous to do, but it ended up being... If you're sad or whatever,
I don't know what an infusion place is that they're referring to.
that's just the alpha in you saying you need to get back on your grind. Every day by 4 a.m., I've sucked off 12 cigars for that testosterone boost and edged for 2 hours before my morning workout. Then
I semen retention for 2 hours, just retained. Someone said or shared that it's a commonly known fact among like the fighting and boxing world that you don't jerk off or have sex like 3 days before the fight or whatever, which I find weird. I can totally understand where they're coming from because they feel like they're some kind of like fucking chimpanzee or animal or something, but it's like, what? That can't, what? Maybe there's like a testosterone thing that they're trying to boost or something, but I'm just like, what? That's crazy.
I open a laptop in a vaguely tropical location, check my drop shipping numbers, and then snap a photo for Insta to attract more women for my collection. That's me getting on my grind, and you can join me by becoming a member of Alpha University. God, I can't do this. I've spent like 3 years trying to unlearn the straight accent I've been forcing since I was
That's funny. Also, crazy. Unfinished basement? Whoa. Wild.
16, and now I just cannot sound straight even if I try. Stragus need to just start talking normal. Anyways, I think you can see what I'm trying to illustrate here. Teenagers, especially teen boys, are turning to the internet for help. Content promoting specific treatments or even just talking specifically about certain conditions are often suppressed, whereas content selling you the just lift bro method is boosted heavily. There are some rare instances where the companies actually step in and ban divisive content creators, but that doesn't always work. Andrew, a bald by choice alpha male self-help influencer.
I guess he's worried that saying his full name will get him banned, which is kind of funny. Literally drilled his balls in half? Whoa, that's in an accident or like for some perceived reason?
Was banned off major platforms last year. Andrew responded by having all the members of his $50 a month get rich quick class repost his videos to their thousands of personal profiles.
What would you
do
if your son was gay? If he was a gay rights activist and he was walking around in bondage gear on a gay pride parade in public, then I would disown him. Not because he's gay, but because he's degenerate as a person. I don't like...
Okay. That's stupid for obvious reasons, but it's just like, not because he's gay, not because he's gay. He put the drill in his pants. Oh, one of those things. Yeah, it's not a host. It's not a holster. Oh no.
Like degeneracy. I think degeneracy is repulsive.
Because of
yeah.
Andrew's vague language, controversial content being a perfect fit for algorithms.
Was that when he was doing his Muslim spin? I'm not sure.
This approach has actually made his social media empire even more successful despite being banned. People are isolated. The majority of Americans are only meeting with their friends once a month or less. There's more people who never see their friends than people who meet a friend on a daily basis. Well, data for Gen
I don't think I've ever met an Andrew Tate enjoyer publicly. Like, there could be people who do think about it or whatever. And I've met somebody who says that, like, you know, their roommate watches Asmongold and they've watched it with them at times. But I've never seen somebody be like, yeah, Andrew Tate, he's got it all figured out. Like, it's got to just be the most worthless dudes and children. Like, it. But again, I'm only one small section of this planet, right? Sam MMA guy that he said he'd... And that's the same MMA guy that said he'd like to go fishing. That seems fine, right? Unless fishing is like a a term for something that I'm not aware of.
Gen Z specifically is pretty hard to come by. We do know today's young
But who the hell wants to go fishing? That's crazy. That's crazy to want to go fishing.
people aren't partying, dating, getting married, or doing anything that requires socializing nearly as much as previous cohorts. When you're
Oh. Well, one testicle down. Hopefully he doesn't have children. Because that seems like it sucks.
that isolated, you're not going to feel so good. And that discomfort is
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's possible that I can recognize, oh, wait, I've heard about that, and fill
very
in the gaps.
marketable. Wellness and self-care products have become a $1.5 trillion industry. This can be anything from essential oils to $100 self-help guides sold to desperate teen boys on TikTok. We're constantly refining ourselves in the distorted mirror of our phones, making sure we have the clearest skin or the best physique to impress the imaginary friends or love interests that we one day might have. We follow all these trends. We go on a keto diet, we buy derma royals, hydrating serums, day creams, night creams, gym memberships, meal plans, personal trainers, supplements. And what does this do for us? Why are we training for being worthy of others like it's an
Yeah, like you're not just doing that for the photo, you jackass. Come on, dude.
Olympic sport? Well, I think it's partly because of social media giving us unrealistic expectations. However, I think the primary reason is because we're lonely.
Yeah, I think it's well said. Obviously, a friend situation might prove me wrong or something, but it would just be the easy. I mean, that's probably why they don't, at least not publicly, ever say it, because it's the most simple. Even if they go with like the weird, because like he spreads himself across too many completely non-agreeing platforms where you got to be a real man, but also you're a pimp, and like the old trad people would go, gross, you're a pimp. No, I don't want that. No, that's bad. Like he just can't find a base to finally settle down with in any way. It's just, or a sex pest, right? Well, sometimes I look over that, but it just doesn't work. Thankfully, I think it's just a rage bait situation.
Poor and miserable, and this is where the algorithms channel our despair. Community happens mostly offline, whereas vapid self-improvement via commerce is maintained entirely within the walled gardens of social media algorithms. We're being sold individual solutions for widespread social problems. So the video ends here, right? Gen Z is miserable due to a dreadful mix of social media, economic decay, social unrest, and isolation. That seems like a good explanation for why we're struggling so severely. Well, there's one more angle I'd like to look at, one that's a bit more controversial and opinionated.
Sex addiction, porn addiction. Just guessing.
Now, this is the end of the video, and like a lot of my videos that ramble on for over an hour, I like to make the last chapter more of an opinion thing. So bear with me, I'd like to go on a few tangents that I promise will be important to the topic here. When I was a kid, I used to look to my parents and the adults around me with judgment and confusion. My father would go to work every day for 8 to 14 hours, doing a job he hated that seemed absolutely useless. He'd come home and remain enslaved by the computer. Even if we traveled, we could only stay at hotels with internet in the rooms, which was actually limiting in the 2000s, unlike today where it seems like even the enemas at CVS come with Wi-Fi enabled. Over the following decade, I watched my father slowly wither away. No longer was he stopping at the gym on his way to work, seeing friends after work, or really doing anything with his life other than go to work and hopefully come home afterwards. After work, he was an empty shell. He'd walk through the door, throw his bags down, go straight to the freezer, and begin his nightly drinking sessions. He'd microwave the dinner served several hours prior, or just not eat, and stare at the TV until 1 a.m. just to do it all over again. He wasn't using his limited time on Earth to the fullest, rather he was languishing as the days went by. My mother stopped working pretty early into my childhood, but despite that, as the years went by, her mental health seemingly deteriorated, and she seemed endlessly occupied with mundane responsibilities. I didn't understand.
I mean, to some degree, that reminds me of my existence. My dad would work very long hours and then not really have a robust external life. It would be television a lot for him, but then it became computer now where he does a lot of his like fantasy football stuff. And then my mom also stopped working, and then she also struggled with some mental health issues and stuff. So similar.
They had hopes and dreams. My mother was a professional artist around the time I was born. But 10 years later, she had completely stopped doing anything with her life. On the weekends, my parents would just fight or do nothing. Going out
It wasn't like that.
for lunch was the height of our Saturdays. I'd look at them and think, okay, you did nothing all Saturday. Let's now do something interesting while it's still Sunday. Not even for my sake, I just wanted to see them have a hobby or friends or something. Then my household fell apart. My parents separated for the second time and got their divorce during my teens. Once I turned 18, I moved to LA with no job, fully believing I could leave behind my messy upbringing and live my dreams unlike my parents. I thought I could just show up with no degree and end up in the film industry. It was pretty obvious I was raised by boomers. I didn't last long. I ended up moving to a different expensive city.
Which is why I didn't pursue my film school career, because I couldn't even get into the school on my first couple of tries. And I'd watched people who had connections get in, anecdotal, but still I was like, wait a minute, this might be an industry. And also you've been kind of told over time, this is definitely an industry of, if not nepotism, then connections and whatever. And those are just things I was weak on. And I wasn't like the most insane student either. I was okay in school, decent SAT or whatever, but it wasn't enough to make up for the lack of luck and or other contributing factors. So I was like, okay, let's aim for something a little bit lower or a bit easier to lock in.
This time miraculously landing a good, albeit underpaid position in the film industry. But then life happened. I worked that job for years, making $22,000 a year, barely surviving. I got married and changed careers. I worked crazy long hours, finding myself wrapping up work in the middle of the night. After a while, I eventually had a
They're just working off their lived experience to some degree, depending upon specifics. Just thinking back, I know that my parents got VA assistants on a house, but they were like warehouse and a waitress, right? So them being, and also had 2 kids. So being able to manage money properly and save and not take vacations, avocado toast, but still like it would be literally impossible to not only just exist in an apartment situation, but then to have 2 kids and then somehow save for a house down payment. And then, it's wild, you know what I mean? Right, yeah, because that was the TV. That was their only sort of like, other than outdoors, but like the radio was not as in vogue comparatively to the television that was booming and growing. There were still limited channels, especially at least in the early years of my parents when they would talk about like, we only had 4 channels, 8 channels, and they remember when cable was a new thing and expensive, and then we had cable for a long time because that was what everybody had. A phone call.
A full-blown mental breakdown that genuinely should have put me in a grippy sock vacation, if we're being honest. Essentially, I unraveled for several months and then had what can best be described as a panic attack, but it lasted for 6 weeks instead of 20 minutes. Like, it did not stop for even 1 minute for 6 weeks straight. It was that type of panic attack that makes you projectile vomit and can barely move. Then I just never fully went back to normal after that. I think that career might have actually altered my brain chemistry a bit. I kept working for almost a year, literally sobbing on my way to work. And that means something. I was from the I'll give you something to cry about generation. Over several months, I found myself spiraling towards a second massive breakdown, and I wasn't sure if I could survive that, so I took a ton of fungal remedies from the internet. Those vitamins somehow made me realize I need to stop chasing my dreams, or else I'll keep
Thanks. Sorry. It was I thought it was important, but it wasn't. It was just a spam call. So it doesn't matter. I need to rewind this because I did not hear.
Second, your career might have actually altered my brain chemistry a bit. I kept working for almost a year, literally sobbing.
That's an interesting layer to that, Goat. I didn't think about it that way, and to some degree. I wonder, yeah.
On my way to work. And that means something. I was from the I'll give you something to cry about generation. Over several months, I found myself spiraling towards a second massive breakdown, and I wasn't sure if I could survive that, so I took a ton of fungal remedies from the internet. Those vitamins somehow made me realize I need to stop chasing my dreams or else I'll keep irreparably damaging myself. So I quit the creative industry entirely and started college, where I study my ass off just to hopefully work a boring job someday. I'm becoming my parents in a lot of ways. I get home from college, study until midnight, have like 1 hour where I aggressively consume special grass, and then pass out. I'm not.
Some people would say, good, that's what life is. You got to learn the hard way, and you need to do that because that's how we did it. And it's like, but don't you see how that's bad? Don't you think that sucks? The old cop shows paid for by the government said cops were good. Interesting. I did not think about that part of it. I never heard that before, but I could see how it plays into it a bit, even from the other week or so when Kara was like, oh, even the old cop shows for propaganda. And it's like, yeah, Turner and Hooch or whatever, like all these different things that imply that it's only a few bad apples that make things bad. Even when they do show stuff like that, it's, yeah. I guess there's definitely a bit more literacy in that regard on the younger generations for sure. And even, I guess, the middle age at this point. Maybe. I mean, I could very least add it to the stack.
Living my dreams. I'm languishing under late-stage capitalism while I try my best to do exactly what I'm supposed to do. Even if that's a really tall order, like going to school with my several learning disorders with absolutely no accommodations offered. My professors tell me to jump, and my enthusiastic response is, how high? I can feel myself being transformed into a good little worker, ready to...
So like the learning disability part, unfortunately, is one of those things where, like, especially growing up in a privileged position where I had stability and things were taken care of, it seems like everything has a solution. So, oh, you have a rash, you get this ointment, rash is gone. You have a broken bone, you get a cast, bone is healed. But like, oh, you have dyslexia, give me the dyslexia surgery, give me the dyslexia cure, I'll be done. And it doesn't work that way. It's just kind of like, here are some things that can help you with your difficulty, maybe, and then just push through. You're depressed. Give me antidepressants. Depression solved? No, it does not work that way. There's a lot more gray, and you have to put in just as much, if not more, than what even the assistants could provide. And that's, again, me coming from a spot where I'm used to a silver bullet for every problem that could just get rid of it as long as you properly diagnose it and then take the shot, you know? So it's good to learn that lesson when you can, because then you're prepared as you discover along the way new things that are just going to be your personal struggle, or you have to struggle with mostly on your own, especially when you might have been used to having to get help with a lot of things. So it sucks, and I hate that life is not fair or whatever. But I'm not trying to do that thing where it's like, I'll give you something to cry about kind of bullshit, or like, it's always been this way and it needs to stay this way. It's just, there is not going to be a help in our current situation. Now, they might like kind of like how weight loss is always this difficult thing, but boom, Ozempic, whatever comes out. Now there is a shot you can take that can solve it. Now there could be long-term side effects, costs, or the problems that come into play, but like there could be a new dyslexia thing where they go, boom, just put these glasses on, bam, now you can read perfectly. It just does something different. Right? Wowee. There could be a solution, and I have no reason not to want to continue pushing for them, but giving somebody false hope that here, you know, you can apply for assistance and the system will now help you with your dyslexia. It ain't going to work that way, unfortunately. So, or whatever your learning disability might be, because there could be lots of different ones. It's not so much as I like this, it's just a version of realistic that is still trying to find the most effective way to give you the actual help, because getting you the proper tools to like, you know, if you're angry, anger management won't help because you have to also do your own part and potentially take medicine with it. It's called TTS. Yeah. Even ADHD, like you can't just take Ritalin or Adderall and say, bam, problem solved. It's got to be learning things, setting up alarms for yourself, keeping, you know, whether it's like, you know, focus timers or whatever, you got to find a workaround that will work for you and your situation.
To oil the machine of capitalism. When I was a kid, I noticed...
Because if you trust what they sell you as the solution, or just what society only has to offer you currently, and you think that's going to, you know, 0 to 100 fix it all, you're going to be you have the wrong expectations, unfortunately. And not even unreasonable expectations, depending upon how it was presented. It's just the faster that's shared, and then you're able to like figure it out, the easier it's going to be. If I went to anger management and punched someone's head off, yeah, kind of like how Hank and the bulldog, whatever, did in that episode, and then he died of a heart attack because he got too angry. And then Hank's like, "Wait a minute, I need to fix this." Oh, Kara's messing with the food bowls, so cats are
some sort of weird shared misery the adults all bonded over. It's like they were on a different wavelength than I was. They would make little quips or jokes that would stimulate a pained, understanding laughter from everyone in the room. Now I find myself ascending into that wavelength. I catch myself saying things like, "Oh, it's almost April," or "Thank God, we have 3 pay periods this month." And I realize we are all on Plan Z here. We all had lofty dreams.
I think there's like 2 months or 1 month a year that does that. The pay period or the thing.
Passions. And then we turned 18 and had them systematically stripped from us due to circumstance. Capitalism doesn't care if you want to be an artist when you grow up. Most people never get their big break, no matter how hard they work. Even if your dreams were simple, like wanting to be a doctor to help people, well, medical school costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Your hours will be long, and you'll barely get to see your family until you retire.
Yeah. My brother's wife, my sister-in-law, did the full medical school thing. They were fortunate because they were able to... they had like, you know, they have a long family history of doctors. So even like getting into medical school and stuff is like, you got to sit in front of a panel, and you have to have your hair dyed blonde if you want to have a higher % chance of getting in, or if, you know, if you're a woman. Lots of these different things, weird barriers. So then having that nepotistic, like, oh, just like how people can get into different universities, it's a way to help you get in. Then the schooling is grueling and hard. It's super expensive. Your dream is to live comfortably. It's a dream. You know, it's a dream. Reach for the stars, or like, I don't know, the stars that are adhered to your popcorn ceiling in some cases, but yeah.
Retire. Your job will be dictated by insurance companies, as you have to forego everything you learned in medical school to squeeze into a for-profit bureaucracy. But hey, at least you'll make that 6-figure doctor's salary, which will slowly be withered away by inflation. God, I must just be sounding so negative and miserable at this point. That's because I am. I specialize in being a negative. I'm doing absolutely Terribly, thank you for asking. Every passing day, I feel like the main character of a TV show that's on its 10th season. Like, we should have wrapped this up years ago. I'm not living, I'm trying to maintain my deteriorating meat suit. I clean and groom this meat suit every day. I go to the doctor and the dentist when I can afford it. And I work so my meat suit doesn't freeze or starve to death outside. You would think this meat suit would at least provide me with enough serotonin or some sort of chemical that would make me not want to drive into the ocean on my way to work. But no, this meat suit only releases good chemicals when I'm genuinely living a good life. Whatever that feels like. I mean, you can take shortcuts to release some of the feel-good chemicals, and I do try to do that, but I can't go too wild with it without breaking my goddamn meat suit. I feel like I have zoochosis, a disorder where animals in a zoo become psychotic because they're made to live at complete odds with their natural needs. The suburbs are basically our zoo enclosure. Like, yeah, we have everything we need here, food, water, shelter, but we're still missing something crucial to build a happy life. A sense of community and aspirations. Deep down, we know we need these things, which is why we raise our kids in communal settings with common goals and try to help them build hopes and dreams. Then they enter the adult world with no preparation or prior knowledge that it was this bad out there. Common sayings like high school is the best years of your life or wait until you enter the real world should not have been things I shrugged off at 14 years old. They were major red flags of how miserable adulthood really is.
Yeah, that's interesting. And also, they weren't seen as a depressing look. They were just like, it gets worse from here, bub. And that's kind of like, oh, it shouldn't, right? Like, it should be awesome, right? I mean, yeah.
One of the studies that justified the war on wacky materials in the 1980s was an experiment where caged rats were given 2 water bottles. One had regular water.
That is an incredibly caged rat, if that's its cage. Jesus Christ. Also, what a plump boy.
And the other had what I'll call quirky additives, I guess. I really hate that I can't say actual specific words.
Really? You just can't? That's wild.
The additives were both psycho, and they were also active. The rats chose to drink the quirky water until their bodies gave up. This was used to justify a punitive approach to using wacky materials beginning in the late 1970s. In case you don't know what I mean, these substances were things that you could not even try even once without risking something. You know, like the whole dare thing and what you learn in like middle school. Please just understand. The problem was the experiment was really flawed in a way most people didn't notice. The rats were isolated in tiny cages that only met their biological needs. One researcher noticed this and tried the experiment again. This time he made Rat Park, a utopia for rats with plenty of space for physical activity, toys for mental stimulation, and most importantly, several other rats for socializing and community. With all 16 rats participating together in the Rat Park experiment, instead of being separated in tiny boring cages like the original experiment, not a single rat died from consuming too much laced water. Instead, they used the water recreationally, only on occasion, and
That's crazy. That's crazy.
otherwise lived happy, successful lives. They tried adding sugar to the laced water, and the rats still limited their consumption to very small amounts. In another experiment, they took rats that were already dependent on the laced water and brought them into Rat Park. And despite their severe withdrawal symptoms, they still preferred to avoid the laced water. I think all of us
Also wild.
are
That's
the
crazy.
isolated rats, except instead of dingy small cages, we're cramped into $2,000 a month studio apartments with
Yeah. I mean, even the apartments is more of a communal lifestyle than the suburbs. Not that the suburbs doesn't have its upsides or whatever, but the lack of community. I grew up with the mentality of, ew, I don't want to talk to my neighbors. That's weird. And I also grew up in Florida, so it's hot outside and my neighbors are kooks. So, but yeah, like just having that community, like the park outside, everyone kind of just chills out there and hangs and has like some like playgrounds and or like hobby spaces that they can kind of share and do things together with. because when they say children are raised, it takes a village, it would because the kid would not only have exposure to their own parent, but then other figures. And then if you're expecting each individual parent pod to be a perfect unit to then raise a human, you're now going to run the macro situation where you run into some of these parenting pods are not actually the best. And instead of being able to lean on an entire group together to fill in the gaps and find new mentors or even get help out of a really bad situation, you just leave them in there and then they become adults. And then that process begins again, but with a now more disturbed base. So you have even worse parent pods, and then rinse, repeat, you magnify that by however many times. And then also the lack of community spaces, it gets worse and worse. Again, magnifying the whole problem. It's crazy. It's crazy.
With no financial ability to leave other than to go to work. At least these commie rats got free food and housing, even in the original experiment. Because, yeah, Gen Z, or just young people in general, are so miserable right now. Statistics are all over the place, but according to a study of Gen Z adults aged 18 to 24 in 2022, 42% have been diagnosed with a mental health condition. Of these conditions, 90% had anxiety and 78% had depression.
But again, this is also going back to, like, you asked me 15 years ago, do you have anxiety? No. Just didn't know that I did. Actually talk to a neuropsychologist, go through a bunch of stuff. They go, boom, you have anxiety. I go, I do? I take medicine to help it. And I go, wow, what a difference, right? So these kids are much more, or this generation is much more willing to admit it or think about it and work on it than previous, even the one just before.
That's just the people who have been formally diagnosed, which Gen Z is less likely to seek professional help than any other generation, probably because it's
interesting. I'm still working off of the premise that they're exposed to this therapy type speak a lot more. They're aware of the problems, and just like a lot of people, they this sounds like I'm being like super judgmental, but people want to be special. People want to have an excuse for their situations. I phrase that because, like, when I was a kid, I thought I had a superpower because I just wanted to have something special. I thought I had better than normal hearing. I always figured that there was something that I had whenever I hear that there's a certain thing that's out there. People are hypochondriacs when they hear about a certain disease. If they feel a pain that's similar to that, they think they might have that disease. Those kind of things. So when people are being much more therapeutic in their language, talk about anxieties and what those effects can have, they witness things that happen in their own life. Now, whether or not they're actually willing to get professional help or get professionally diagnosed because they don't have the money and their parents don't have the money, that's a different thing. But I'm still working with the theory that they're just personally willing to go with it. Because if you ask Gen X, do you have anxiety? They go, fuck no, I'm not gay. Like, that's kind of like where they come from, no matter how bad their life is. You know what I mean? Yeah, but of course you can't afford the real thing. Yeah.
expensive and difficult. More general surveys have found the majority of millennials and Gen Z are suffering with anxiety, and Gen Z particularly is grappling with depression at far higher rates than other cohorts. Having a sense of community is one of the biggest environmental predictors of both mental and physical health. Yet we're being robbed of our communities with suburban design and economic system keeping us isolated. We need a rat park approach to our environment. This means affordable communal living with activities and limited stressors. I think the human version of rat park under capitalism was supposed to be shopping malls, but like, who can afford to go shopping anymore? And also, you still have to have a car to get there, and if you're a child, that means bumming a ride, and no one can trust their kids to like go to the mall by themselves anymore. And like, they're also all dying because they've been replaced by the internet. It's just not a viable solution. We need, just give me a rat park. Put me in an enclosure, please.
So third space specifically, I believe the definition is not work, not home, and not somewhere you have to spend money. So mall immediately falls off. Food court at the mall, if you just don't eat food, would be kind of the closest thing to it. And it was a poppin' busy spot when it was a thing. People would go to the mall to have a social gathering of the young people. So they were trying their best to find one. It was just the bad version of it because it's surrounded by capitalism pointing its knives out and saying, give me your money.
Gen Z is more isolated than ever and can only look back at fuzzy childhood memories for a time when living felt good. Until we can stop propping up a dying economic
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah.
and social system at the expense of young people, we're only going to see worse and worse outcomes. Signs far more severe than a fascination with liminal spaces. Anyway, that'll be it for this video. I always want to know what my viewers thought about these videos, so
Trying to think about the whole video as a whole. Okay, redundant. I'm trying to think about the message because we kind of got the intro with the liminal spaces thing. That was a new version of liminal for me. And then got a lot of information about the blah, blah, blah. All the different stressors, the society's falling apart, capitalism. I guess it just doesn't have a solution or a hope for a solution other than give me Rat Park, which, you know, we can play the fucking videos from China yesterday, but that's the solution. Affordable living, appropriate safe social safety nets, governments that work for its people is the baseline default instead of working for the corporations. But not the case.
remember to leave a comment down below. I read all of them. Like and subscribe and just appease the algorithm so I don't get suppressed anymore. And
I mean, I would say so. My parents did a lot of good things. They did some bad things, right? That's not fair. Where's mine? Yeah. Sorry. Fuck you. Got mine. There's no way to backtrack and give that, unfortunately. Yeah. And that does have, you know, there's lots of different compounding things that work off of that. I definitely got to take a big old piss. I drank a lot of Mountain Lightning. So I saw, and I put it on the list, just need to refresh. Oh, I think I found it. They made a new daily dose of pets, so use this as a nice palate cleanser.
Daily dose of pets.
Oh, easy. I gotta bring it over. Okay, let me just throw this on there. Ta-da. And then copy, paste. Okay, one day I'll get there. Skip navigation, avatar image. Okay, be right back.
Pets.
Do you want to go to the hot dog party? You want to go?
Nigel, come out. How did you even fit in there, baby?
This cat needed a spa day.
It's not real. Can you give me a high five? How about a fist bump? Can you wave and say hi? Thank you. Have a good day.
Look at this fat, giant, morbidly obese squirrel.
This cat has a really interesting tail. This is how it looks when a deaf cat realizes its owner is home.
Oh.
He thinks he is a hide-and-seek pro.
I can still see you. Frankie, you're not camouflage.
Holy crap, that was a lumpy. Holy shit. No, I got you. I got you. I just wanted to. Who doesn't love pet thing? I'll just rewind it real fast.
Hello everyone, this is your Deodos of Pets.
Do you want to go to the hot dog party? You want to go?
Nigel, come out. How did you even fit in there, baby?
They're all just skin and bones.
This cat needed a spa day.
Is that frost? Was that an ice thing? Oh!
It's not real. Can you give me a high five? How about a fist bump? Can you wave and say hi? Thank you. Have a good day.
Look at this fat, giant, morbidly obese.
Just filling up on that pumpkin. Carol would be able to tell you exactly what kind of pumpkin this is, as well as this. Some kind of, I don't know, peanut heirloom. I mean, I guess it's not full peanut. And or this is an heirloom. I don't know. But yeah, you see the mess it's making. That's crazy.
Beast squirrel.
No. What?
This cat has a really interesting tail.
Oh, it's a blip.
This is how it looks when a deaf cat realizes its owner is home.
Oh. Goodness. Little dogs are crazy. Whoa, I thought it was a, they were doing the camera lines, but they just set up string. That's cute.
Oh.
Rule of thirds, everyone's easiest thing to learn. Oh, you said there's a knucklehead and a Jaradale. Bumpkin pumpkin and gray pumpkin. True.
He thinks he's a hide-and-seek pro.
This is where we left off.
I can still see you. Frankie. You're not camouflage.
I can't see you. You can't see me. Aww.
Is this the best doggy model?
The front, stunning. The back, gorgeous. The side, beautiful. The top, amazing.
Why? But why? I need to know why. I need to know why. But why?
That's kind of a combination of Philco and ZZ, just because Philco does the whines and then ZZ does the meows.
He doesn't want to be left out.
White people. Kissing dogs on the lips is a white people thing. So they see the kiss and they go, "That's my time. Yeah, that's what I'm here for, right?"
Do you want some chicken? You're already falling asleep. Oh no.
Is it like
okay.
giving it like sleepy medicine? Oh goodness. Oh, that dog, he's like, I get it. What? Get it. Herd. Oh my God, those little legs pumping.
Back.
It can barely stand out of the grass. Oh, look at him go. Good job, puppy. You did it. You did good work. Dogs are on a whole other level. You know, like, I love my cats. I think they've both gone to eat the food that Kara brought and now have just fucked off or gone back to Kara's room. But, you know, dogs have a whole different vibe.
Hey, Rodney? Yeah, how you doing?
What the hell? What a crazy Uber. I never seen a wall in a car like that before. The dog just hanging out. That's cool. I think it's technically not safe because they can't wear a seatbelt, right? So then, like, this is how, like, a lot of dogs get horribly hurt, unfortunately. A narcoleptic, you think? Oh, man. I thought it was... Okay. Maybe. Yeah.
You got the Uber dog. Could I pet the dog? Yeah, he's...
Can I pet that dog? I wonder if you have to, like, flag dog allergies or whatever. Because, like, what if you're like, well, bro, what the fuck? I'm like, gonna get me, like, all fucked up.
Hey, the Uber dog.
Sometimes it's nice to share the view with a friend.
Are you gonna come in? Hey, come on.
That was got to be, like, Midwest or some shit. Like, because rain means lightning. You got to get that fucker in down here.
You're really gonna swim in the rain?
Dogs love water. Those labs, they love water. The bat? Oh my goodness.
What are you doing in there?
The singer got outstaged.
I was just on the stage for like a second. What? Well, they're gonna pop that balloon. That's cute though. No, oh my god, no touch, no touch.
This guy wants to make a phone call.
That does happen because they do these things. Owl, yeah. It's definitely an owl, yeah. It's just, I'm even thinking back on it, I'm like, a bat probably doesn't sound like anything like that, so I'm just no good. I think I saw some, like, vague colors. Well, I think I just, from the colors, I thought it could have been a bat. And also, what would be hiding in a closet? A bat? Like, I was just like, they must have a pet owl, or they're very confused if some owl ended up in the house and then ended up there. Exactly. No, you're right. I picked the wrong sound, but I was going based off of the location and the visuals at first, as limited as they were. I'm an honest streamer at the very least. But yeah, they get stuck in that mode, and then even cats will do that. It's kind of how the blep happens, because they'll be licking their leg, but then you make a noise and they go, oh, I need to look at that now. Oh, and then they just kind of, they still have their leg up or they still have their tongue out, and yeah. There was a whole era of me and being obsessed with teacup pigs back when that was like big news. Big social media power was teacup pig videos and teacup pig posts or whatever. Because they're just so goddamn cute. But obviously they just turn into just pigs. Teacup pig is a whole fake thing. No, we gotta go.
Come on, show me where you're going.
Those little trotters. And they're also so smart. No.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Show me. Yeah. Is it your blankies?
Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. They got one of those theremins and a cat. That's crazy.
Wow.
Impressive. Somebody just put this cat on top of her. They lie. That cat is just putting a quarter of its weight straight on her labia. 100%. That's crazy.
Have you ever wondered what's inside your dashboard?
How the fuck? Wait, this is through the dashboard?
Have you ever wondered
Is this inside the car?
what's inside your dashboard?
Oh, they must be like getting it all ripped out or something? But it would be upside down. That's crazy. My perspective must be off on that. Stretch! Oh, the hand. Hey! What the fuck? Yo! I mean, urge to scratch the gigantic striped horse, huge, but also fear of dying and urge to live. I mean, I wouldn't even know how to, because you wouldn't want to scare it when it notices you finally. You also wouldn't want to make a sudden noise and super scare it. I don't know what I do. I guess just lay still and just open up the recording. That's crazy. To the bottom of the dashboard. Okay. I was thinking it was like through the side, but then the way it ended up going through and then the phone moved, I still thought that their positioning was off. So, yeah.
Roll.
He goes.
Yeah, that's what I've. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why there is nobody that rides them. Yeah. Oh, wait, this has got to be bait, right?
Goes to the beach every day to give out snacks to dogs.
Oh, okay. I thought he's just supposed to be snacking. Retirement. See, it's awesome. Why would anybody not want a life? You know, Social Security is a fucking sick system. You know. He gets to like just chill, touch sand, and hang out with dogs and make their day. Sending our energy.
Not everybody
Chinchillas are so fucking cute.
likes a hike.
No! No! These, oh, they must be so scared.
But all I can do is hear him.
You're gonna have little poops all over your floor. They're cute, but you're gonna have poops all over your floor.
All I can do is hear him running around and I can't catch him properly.
That's true. Oh my goodness, big kitty.
Oh. Oh no!
Oh, cropped ears, but oh.
I will.
God, their heads are so fucking big. Jesus Christ.
Going for the lid. Oh my god. Did you get... Oh.
That's veterinary health right there. They're using a fucking phone. Huh. Drawn by zebras and a disguised... Wait, did they just paint those? Because they look convincing. Let's see. Drawn by zebras and a disguised horse in front of the Royal Albert Hall. Wait, there's both? Oh. There's both zebras and, oh, maybe a horse back here is what they mean. Got it. Okay, there's just one horse that's just hidden from sight. So like they all kind of look like zebras to me, but okay. Domestication as domination. Very odd. I would almost assume because it seems difficult to do that it's an AI thing, but clearly not.
Happy as a fuck? Oh my gosh, you got 2 in your... Oh my god, you
Three.
have 3! Thistle, you greedy girl!
Impressive. Aw. Push. Give you that extra little bit.
Good little
Is
guy.
it hot sand? Is it hot sand? That makes sense.
Finally got his big promotion.
Okay, they just trying to propaganda, military propaganda. Cats would never join the armed forces or the police. Okay, cats are communists.
Look at this, bro. This brother only eats the inside, and this brother only eats the outside of the cucumbers.
The perfect match. There's a whole thing about goldfishes that like get these gigantic, weird, fucked up faces, and they look huge.
I feel like the fake perfume. There's a cat. Oh my.
This lizard won't be fooled easily.
Two Worm Monty.
Go, go, go!
Outside.
They just want to give. They just want to do a lap. They just want to do a lap. You know what I mean?
Bertie?
Classic. That's a dog that knew they did something wrong. Tail tucked. Oh fuck. Kind of walking away. That's a oh, that poor pooper. Oh no. You almost hear all the bunch of breaking before it even happens though. Just carp. Interesting. Like you can already hear the ding 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 ding, but it's not even started yet. Maybe the audio in that shit's just not linked up yet. Oh my goodness! No, a hungry pooper.
Drakey poo, wiggle your butt.
That's an old puppy. That's an old puppy.
If you want your dinner, you nut.
This guy needed a timeout.
That's criminal.
Gamble. Gamble.
Gamble.
Good job.
Gamble.
Good job, Russ.
I wonder why they named him Dracula.
Well, it's like reverse Dracula. That's a puppy. That's a baby. Look at those paws. Look at the size of those fucking paws. That's gonna be a big puppy.
Oh, she nailed it.
Do y'all ever just...
Oh. Act like you're gonna leave the room, but then when they go out first, you go, sucker, and you close the door? Yeah, I get that. I don't know what that is.
Oh, Ollie just got out of the yard, and I just went in my car with Winston to go look for him, and I just found him.
It's just too close to a word, basically, yeah.
What are you doing?
I don't think if my dog was missing, I'd be feeling myself, but... Chonker, that makes sense. I guess they'd rather stand where it's flat than on the bar. Makes sense to me.
This is what a local pub's all about.
Hello, Henry.
It's a big dog. Dude, that's trailer park as hell right there.
What kind of...
That's a big owl. That's a big owl. It's obviously sitting like, it's not in the passenger seat. It's like on her lap or something, but still, Jesus Christ.
Dog is that?
Oh, well, what? Maybe the center console? Yeah, it's close. That cat is wilding out. No. It's just trash.
That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Somewhere along the way...
Whoop. The worst trend in it right now. We'll get to that one later. We'll get that one later. State of Kate, okay? Wait your turn. Gee whiz. Does a horned owl. It did have those little horns on its head, right? Yeah. Okay. We're getting close to the end, but let's try. What was the one? Propaganda video. I did add it to the list of stuff. Just trying to see. That was 30 minutes, and I pause a lot. 15 minutes, 10 minute. What's a good one? We'll do a 12-minute one. This is this channel I've seen in my listings. I have no idea what it is. We might even have to bail if it's just weird and not good, but just had an interesting channel name and topics. So this is called Retail Archaeology. And the title is, What is Going On at Kohl's? What is going on at Kohl's? I want to know what's going on at Kohl's. I'm intrigued. Let's take a look. This is like, they put this logo in the corner, and it just kind of looks different than most other YouTube things.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Retail Archaeology. In this episode, we'll be taking a look at Kohl's. I covered Kohl's in a video about 3 years ago, and at that time, Kohl's actually had themselves up for sale. Well, things have changed since that video 3 years ago. Kohl's did receive a few offers back then to buy them. However, all of those deals fell through as it became clear throughout the processing of those deals that Kohl's sales were continuing to decline. That decline in sales has continued to happen all the way up until now. As a matter of fact, Kohl's has had 11 consecutive quarters of declining sales. They recently announced their fiscal year 2024 results, and those results were not good. Net sales decreased 7.2% from the previous year, and comparable sales were down 6%.
So is it just bad gimbal walking around a store? Let's see. Because it's making me a little nauseous.
0.5%. There have been some changes within the stores as well since my last video. For example, they have added the Sephora store within a stores to their locations. Although this one doesn't seem to be attracting a lot of business. They've also started to wind down the Amazon return program that they were doing, which I covered in my previous video. Kohl's found that while participating in that Amazon return program did draw more people into the stores, they weren't actually buying anything for the most part. The
quick dip in, dip out. Here you go. Bye.
ongoing drop in sales has led Kohl's to announce that they are planning on closing 27 stores in 2025, which seems like a small number when you think about the fact that they have a little over 1,100. But I think that 1,100 stores number is part of their problem, and I'm not sure that starting with 27 stores closing is going to help much if sales continue to decline. Along with these store closures, they also announced that they would be reducing their corporate employee headcount by about 10%. However, a little over half of those jobs are actually unfilled positions. And speaking of eliminating corporate positions, on May 1st, Kohl's fired their CEO, Ashley Buchanan, who had only been on the job for about 100 days. He was let go due to conflict of interest and ethics violations. It turns out he was helping his girlfriend, Chandra Holt, who is the CEO of Incredibrew, a coffee startup, get her products into Kohl's stores. Also found during that investigation.
That's a conflict of interest. I'm honestly surprised that they are leveraging it or holding them accountable to any degree.
That he had pushed through a multi-million-dollar consulting contract with a company called Boston Consulting Group.
And finish the sentence.
where his girlfriend was an advisor at the time.
Boom, got it.
Since all of this news has come out, there's even been board members that have left the company because they're uncomfortable with the way things are being run and the lack of transparency. So
what the fuck? Framing it in a sense is that they all want to do the right and do good by each other, and because I don't think the Kohl's board members would naturally be that particularly good.
I would say, much like this t-shirt here, things at Kohl's are a mess. As messy as things are for Kohl's, things could still be...
My recommendation for this person, just from a TV production standpoint, I would go with just standing and panning. Maybe even like holding the camera and then moving down to something, but walking with that bump is
be getting worse. They will announce their latest fiscal results at the end of this month, and experts are expecting to see a drop in sales from the previous quarter of around 5 to 7%. Sales for Kohl's during the holiday season weren't great, which is why this Buddy the Elf jacket is probably still sitting in clearance.
Like this stuff is fine. Doing this is fine.
I had mentioned in my previous video on Kohl's that it was kind of starting to feel like
ceiling is very liminal, as any department store kind of is. Just need to fill it with a bunch of hallways and bam, instant bathrooms.
Sears in here, and I have to say that feeling is stronger now. Another issue that Kohl's has complained about recently is that they're starting to have inventory backup, and I think that's kind of apparent here. They've pulled out folding tables to put some of their shoe inventory on, and I've always felt like this looks tacky when department stores do this.
I guess I haven't really seen that happen all that often.
Other department stores do this as well. I've seen Macy's pull folding tables out to use as sales displays, but they have red tablecloths that they put over them that have the Macy's logo on them, so it makes them feel more like a sales fixture and less like a folding table out of somebody's garage.
Yeah, because usually you expect it to be more of a table, some kind of weird display thing. Because whenever we built tables at HSN, it would always be some kind of design like this for the hosts to stand behind. Usually has a structured front, so you don't see their knees and shit. There's been a few other evolutions or redesigns of things here and there for different styles, but it feels weird to buy off of a card table.
This footage is from a Saturday afternoon, so I don't think...
That's crazy. I can't think of a store... I mean, I don't go out to stores a lot, but whenever I have gone to a store, I've never seen it this empty. Even the weird hobby stores, like, you know, Joann's Fabrics or something, or Michael's, there's traffic, people coming and going. Yeah, especially like a department store. It's nuts.
Any of this inventory is going to move anywhere soon. Being the largest department store chain in the US by store count doesn't seem to be helping them. Things seem to be tough for...
Think of all our Kohl's cash, dude. What are we going to do?
For the department store business in general, though, with 20% of retail sales now occurring online. Here's Kohl's electronics section, and this is one of those categories where I think a lot of sales are online now. They don't really carry much in the name of name brand
It's like a Five Below is what you got going on here.
Electronics anymore. They've got some Fitbits in this Miko Mini on clearance, which I'm not sure what that is. And they've got a lot of these little Record Ruiner Victrola turntables as well. But not much else. You can see this side of the case is pretty empty, and there's just some instant cameras and things like that in there.
Doorbells?
I think the true jewel of this electronics section are these Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle headphones.
Yeah, this is
They've
Five
also
Below.
got some more headphones and charging cables and things, but this...
Just closer to Impulse, kind of bad gift trash that qualifies as an electronic section, but ultimately is just whatever.
This section seems to be smaller and smaller every time I'm in a Kohl's.
Yeah, cables will be like one of those.
Let's take a quick look at the toy department, because I always like to look at that at department stores as well. And this is one of the most aggravating areas, I think, to shop in a Kohl's. They've got these e-paper signs up all over the place, and while some of them do have prices for specific products, others just have a range, like Fisher Price toys, $4.99 to $49.
I have never seen that before. That's obscene.
$9.99. That's a pretty huge gap and not really helpful information, and some of this stuff does have price tags on it, but I noticed a lot of other things don't have price tags. Overall, I'd say that their toy section is very similar to the Toys R Us section inside Macy's stores.
Huh.
They both kind of carry the same types of toys, and they're both about the same size as well. But overall,
it looks kind of trash, honestly. It looks fucked. It looks a little beaten up. I guess kids come through and whirlwind it, and then they don't buy anything, just leave it. Yeah. They must be updating prices so frequently that they need to have these paper Kindle things to update the prices digitally through some like master manifold or something. But it's just like, what the fuck? I've never seen that, especially with a range of prices. That's crazy.
well, it's a pretty poor toy store experience.
There's always like the back wall with like the bigger things, and usually I'll see like board games and stuff kind of like on this kind of a back wall. Whenever I think back on going to a Target or something.
Here's a wall of Lego. And they do have some neat sets here, but again, they've got these e-paper.
These sets are like set up for like older people or millennials to buy just because they're expensive and they're trying to get people back into it for a different reason. They set it up as like a centerpiece on your table because it's pretty.
Signs up that just have ranges of prices, and a lot of these sets didn't have price tags on them.
That's nuts.
This display could be put together a little bit better also, but I've seen worse. You see what I mean? The range here on price, $4.99 to $139.99. Not helpful. Okay, the Hot Wheels Monster Trucks track is pretty cool. And here they've got the kitchen.
Ooh, the old-fashioned science kit thing.
Kitchen Destroyer kit.
Ooh, there's STEM activities. Excuse me. They don't. Yeah, it's a think box for STEM activities because that's the new version of things. Yeah.
I would not buy my kid that. No.
What? I mean, they'll only use like 4 of them and whatever. Like, it's one of those like a grandmother or an uncle gets somebody that thing for Christmas. You know?
Looks like a mess. Sure, it's fun.
It teaches STEM. It does not teach STEM.
What? This caught my eye over with the board games. I didn't know.
Because you're an aging millennial. That's why.
There was an Oregon Trail board game. It's a nice little shot of nostalgia.
Bring dysentery to home with Oregon Trail, the board game. Wow.
Oh, look, it even has the infinite diarrhea card. I'm kind of regretting not picking this up. I think if I see this when I'm out shopping again, I will pick that board game up. Now let's take a look.
Now he saw it in person, and he's going to buy it online. Boom. Done. Thanks,
what
Coles.
I guess you could call their appliance department, although it's mostly small kitchen.
Little cardboard cutout turkeys in there. Wow, I could be my turkey.
And gadgets like these Ninja ovens, which I'm sure in a few years I'm going to see stacks of these at Goodwill.
Maybe, well, I mean, I guess if it all gets donated, I suppose, but air fryers they're awesome. What do you mean? Imagine he doesn't even have kids. He's like, oh, that looks like a lot of mess. I'm sure it's fun. Like he just wants to do the science on his own, you know?
And then they also have things like vacuum cleaners and other small home appliances. They don't sell washing machines or refrigerators or large appliances like that.
Okay, so this channel is just taking a tour of his local dead real estate or retail. Interesting. I was hoping for like more commentary or more meta-analysis or more something, but that's fine. That's fine.
So many different vacuum cleaners, but they all look so similar. Yeah, I feel like I'm just walking through a section of future Goodwill fodder.
I mean, what isn't, right? What isn't?
KitchenAid mixers are nice, though. I wish I could find those at Goodwill.
And there's a reason they're not.
As I was walking through this section, I kept hearing a repetitive clicking sound, and it started to remind me a lot of the motion detectors in the Alien films.
It'd be insane if it was the lights noticing a person as a motion detector.
So of course I was walking around looking for it.
Fair. Oh, I see what that means.
I think. It turns out it was the anti-theft device on this air purifier box. Somebody had broken it.
Oh, fuck.
It would not surprise.
Why did that hit me so hard? Why did that fuck me up so bad? That wasn't even good. It had like a box around it. It wasn't even clipped out.
Me if this section was another one that they downsized within the Kohl's stores. It seems like way too many of these little kitchen gadgets are manufactured now when nobody even has the room for all of this stuff in their kitchen. Like, I had an Instapot at one time and I never used it, and it was just taking up space in my cabinet.
That's your fault, man. Like, what? Are you're not like a one pot wonder kind of dude? I made I opened up the how-to book inside of the pressure cooker, which is basically what an Instapot is. And I made that chicken enchilada thing. I must have made it like 15 times. And then Kara took over making it. But like, I would just make the one gigantic pot of cooked food and be like, good, done, grug, done, you know, food.
Cabinets and making it a pain to get other things out of the cabinet, so I got rid of it.
So he just throws it at Goodwill, I guess? Yeah.
Like, what in the hell even is a Ninja Crispy?
It's an air fryer with a bowl. So it uses a fan with usually a halogen cooking light that then rotates the air. And the air is supposed to get around all your food to make it crispy without frying it.
Is this just another type of air fryer?
It is, yes. I mean, like, I work in the hyper-specific world of fucking, or worked, past tense, in the hyper-specific world of fucking retail television crap. That is all these things. So,
I think
I have a deep knowledge of how these work.
Department stores like this have big problems. While I do enjoy walking through them for the big, empty department store, liminal backroom vibes,
It is, yeah.
that obviously doesn't make money for the company. And it can't be cheap running big, expensive department stores like this with no shoppers in them. I think all of the department store chains need to close all of their non-profitable stores and start to convert to smaller footprint concepts. And I think Kohl's, more than any of them, needs to do that the fastest because, again, they have the highest store count, and having a bunch of stores full of inventory they can't move and no shoppers is only going to drag them down faster than any of the other department
They
stores.
said they had 1,100 stores. And I thought that was really small, but that's the most out of any other store type, which I guess is, I mean, 50 states, divide that up, 1,100, that's a lot. How many major cities, how many big cities, how many even like, you know, medium-sized towns are going to have a Kohl's in it? Because they're going to also have a Macy's or a mall or a, you know, all these different things. Okay. This one should be more, I misclicked. More of what I was talking about, but on the same idea. This is a creator I've seen before, Phil Edwards. I did not recognize his name, but I recognize his face. But he's kind of probably going to cover this from a similar but different angle. Instead of it being Kohl's specific, it's just like, what is Main Street? So let's see. And we'll use this one because that one made me a little motion sick. So I want to have something else to palette cleanse with. Not palette, because palette cleanse is like eye bleach or whatever. I got to go over here. Okay. I went to America's road trip hell.
This is me, and I'm on foot. I was trying to get the perfect shot of Breezewood, Pennsylvania.
Oh, that's the one shot.
Breezewood, Pennsylvania. Welcome to America. This 2008 photo by Edward Bertinsky shows Breezewood, Pennsylvania, a fascinating traffic oddity. This photograph has become a ubiquitous meme. The clutter of
Because it could be anything. It could be anywhere to some degree. Although it does look like it's a lot of an exit from, because of the super tall thing. This is usually what you see was an exit of like a big interstate or something. Not so much as like the center of a giant suburban town or whatever, but you'll still see that same strip with lots of different, you know, car dealerships or gas stations and fast food and then a mini mall. Yeah, it's just all the same garbage.
And fast food makes it look like a particularly American hellscape. And if Americans got on the moon will look that way too. But even if you haven't seen the meme, if you've been driving along I-70, you've gotten kicked off for a quarter of a mile to see this dystopic flea market of fast food and gas stations before you could get on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. In 2022, 2.65 million vehicles exited at the Breezewood interchange. I drove 200 miles to visit it, because though I'd been there before, I had never...
Does that seem too close? Like the airbag would just straight up kill him instantaneously, right? Isn't he supposed to be further back? That looks wrong, doesn't it? I
explored it. I'm here to take you on a journey. I discovered a story of abandoned dreams and abandoned highways, closing gateways, and old congressional hearings about Breezewood. I now understand why this photograph is a masterpiece and a meme, but it's also missing part of the story. I had two big challenges on this trip. Try to fill up my vacation photo frame with my own photographs of Breezewood, and see if I could recreate Edward Bertinsky's 2008 photograph without injuring myself or my rental car.
Oh. I've laughed.
This photograph is collected in a series about oil, and that's Bertinsky's frame for Breezewood. Not just an American thing, like the memes, but an oil thing. I learned that both of these...
I had no idea how many oil derricks are littered across America. There's actually an insane number of them in California. I was just laughing at the airbags kill us all. I just remember my cousin, because she wasn't wearing her seatbelt, got into a collision when she was like a teenager. But she said that she was able to grab the airbag and hold it so she didn't fly out the window. And I'm thinking, no, you didn't. No shot. I don't believe you. No shot. No way. That shit opens up faster than you can fucking blink. You know what I mean? Like the chemicals get in your eyeballs. Like no shot. You're grabbing it and holding on for dear life. Yeah, there's like even like oil derricks will be like hidden inside of like children's playgrounds, because like when they're done, they don't like deconstruct them ethically. They just sort of like, or they'll build buildings around them. There's several in your town for sure. I don't know, maybe Florida does, but usually it's more of the Gulf of America that has all of those things, but there could be some in Florida. I don't know. I'm not aware of any, but that doesn't mean they're not there.
He's kind of missed the mark. Breezewood has been a transit center for a long time. It shows up on this 1912 map, even though it's long been unincorporated.
Dude, old dudes on YouTube love fucking just massaging and drooling over old maps. They just love it.
In 1930, the Transcontinental Lincoln Highway got finalized, and Breezewood was on it. It's the 30 here.
Fair.
And I just want to underscore one thing. Highways were kind of a new idea. Infrastructure was getting built, but it wasn't set yet. And Breezewood was scoring a spot on this new idea called the highway. Things really picked up with the development of the Pennsylvania Turnpike system in 1940.
Pennsylvania Turnpike open. Actual work was begun late in 1938. Almost overnight, the peaceful valleys and mountains of the Turnpike route became one long panorama of men and machines.
Hey, what the fuck? They started in 38 and got it open in 40? Okay. That's like decent construction. They could get things done back then. What the fuck? We can't build shit in 2 years now.
work.
What the
The
fuck?
turnpike involved big tunnels, big roads, and big money, funded by a state-created commission that charged tolls. This brochure shows a culture of business and pleasure, big freight movement, but also big relaxation, the road trip. Breezewood was becoming a gateway. Today, the resoundingly depressing food court there houses photographs from its past.
I can't tell if you're being ironic or not.
From 1940 on, this was a center for travel, lodging, and more. The turnpike made Breezewood an important stop, but a bigger change was going to either doom it or make it bigger than ever.
I'd like to begin my presentation by showing you a short film that'll give you some of the background of the current highway program. Congress responded with the Federal Aid Highway Act of 1956, providing the staggering sum of $51 billion to be spent by the states on highway construction by 1971.
I started off trying to take my
It's still like a big strode by modern, critique of it. But I guess it is a connector or a thoroughfare to other places, right? But also living on a road means it's loud, road noise, dirt, so like I've heard a lot of cons to living on, especially a big road.
Photo a little further down the hill, but then I realized that Bertinsky was using such a long lens, I needed to back up. How did this become the outside you have made? How did Breezewood truly become the town of motels? Right here. This was new. Breezewood wasn't just a point on the Lincoln Highway and the Turnpike. It was the magical connection. It was a golden transition between I-70 and the Pennsylvania Turnpike. But this was also the convergence of a long-running bunch of state-run programs with a new federal program. And this is crucial. There were a couple of ways to handle this change. I'm gonna draw it out, even if it does ruin my table. The act says, if this is I-70, the free highway, and this is the Pennsylvania Turnpike, the toll road, you cannot use federal money to directly connect these two, unless you give up the toll over time or you offer drivers a free option. The idea was they didn't want free.
Not next to the road. I would love to live on the road. Oh. I think like you wanted to live on that road, like on that, like as like just like connected to that road specifically. Not like living literally on like the road itself, but you mean like just, I get you. No, that makes more sense. That makes more sense.
Free drivers to get automatically routed into a pay road. Congress later relaxed these rules, but they set a norm at the time. Up the road in New Stanton, the State and Turnpike Commission eventually paid for an interchange. But in Breezewood, well, a direct interchange would destroy the town of motels and cost the Turnpike money to build it. If they used federal money, they'd lose their toll eventually. So they opted to exploit the loophole. They used a quarter-mile stretch, giving drivers an option to go on the free Lincoln Highway instead. So they could still use all the federal money without losing the toll on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. It saved money, but it created a road trip trap. Breezewood became a phenomenon. I want to read aloud the exact dilemma here, as expressed in the hearing. You've got a federal lawyer and a Pennsylvania Highway Department guy talking here. Are you saying that initially the best public interest would have been served had a direct...
God damn, this dude got like not only the old fucking footage, but like got like the fucking got the T on the back and forth that these two different dudes are barking at each other in like you have the receipts to this fucking. This is shit that happened like before my dad was born, and he's got it all like right here. That's nuts.
Been provided here. That was about 1957 or 1958. It was not provided. That is correct. Between 1957 and today, a great commercial complex has developed. That is right. They're talking about the boom of Breezewood. As a result of this great commercial complex, it now becomes difficult, if not impossible, to provide the type of direct connection that initially would have been desirable and could have been constructed at a minimal cost. Is that right? That is correct. This is how we got a travel purgatory, filled with restaurants and motels and places where walking
Oh yeah,
is
Mr.
not
Gamer
welcome.
JM.
This map shows how massive
JM.
traffic flow was in 1967.
What you got? To fix, the fix the shit? If it's trains, I'm in. If it's trains, I'm in. High-speed rail, I'm in. Dude, I mean, re-education, or just, in some cases, flat-out beginning education, would be helpful. Rich to the gulag. I mean, we have gulags already, but it's just for people to lose their freedom of speech. So people are afraid of, like, the communist gulag. But, yeah, I mean, I got Alligator, Auschwitz, however many 100 miles south of me in Florida here. So, what the fuck? Even China doesn't have to abolish all private property. So, like, that would be a step to push it forward. Nah, fuck it. It'll be funny. You're making a convincing argument.
That wide band in
I am
Breezewood
wearing my Bring It Back, the Share Zone guillotine shirt. Even though I don't necessarily believe in capital punishment, the message stands. Work for the Chinese emperor. It did. I don't know enough about the official gulags. I know what people are definitely afraid of them, but then again, they've also made up a bunch of fake shit in the Red Scare. But I'm sure they were bad or whatever. That's easy to just go, yeah, I'm sure the jail sucked. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it sucked. But, like, have you seen Rikers Island? You know what I mean? Like, and those people aren't even technically guilty of anything. They've just been charged and they think they've got the person. So they just kind of throw them in there. You know what I mean? Like, so come on.
is 50,000 cars a day. So Breezewood isn't just a story about cars. It's a story about funding, and it's a story about unintended consequences.
Interesting that he's going with the perspective of, like, the municipal loopholes and the history of it. Because I'm used to seeing, like, not just bikes, where he would look at this video and talk about city planning and how this is tough for those individuals. Although looking at it, it was funny that I was like, this does look like it's a overpass thing because of the super tall signs and how it's mostly just the quick stop kind of things. Better but the American prisons by a lot, but it's a low bar. It is a low bar. Now technically CCOT, even though it's kind of funded by America and America's putting our prisoners in it, so it's like a weird, by extension, American prison. But I think they made there was rumors, or there was word about them trying to make that a specific U.S., like, not an embassy, but kind of like how, like, Guantanamo Bay in Cuba is American soil. So that way certain rules protect it, but then it also means it requires certain rules. And which is why, the major scandal of all the insane shit that happened there was a part of it. Because there was supposed to be some benefit to CCOT, benefit as in, like, the fascist version, to having it off American property, so they can go, sorry, we can't bring back Abrego Garcia because, sorry, not our land, right? But then they want to then also possibly make it American land, so then it's less of a, what is it called? Extradition problem or whatever. There's certain, then again, they also just break rules, so who fucking knows? Last 50 years, about 80 trillion in wealth has been redistributed from the bottom to the top. Yeah. I mean, I was originally, even in my lib phase, I would look at what Bernie Sanders was saying, and I loved how I could look back at the history of what he was saying. And he'd be saying the exact same things over and over and over again. The only problem was the numbers would change. So instead of the top 1% owning, the whatever, right? It's a smaller number. The numbers just get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, this is what I think is an important issue, and probably the most important issue to do the most wide sweeping good, is to solve that problem of the constant expanding wealth gap, because that's obviously a problem, especially in a capitalist society where money is power and money is happiness, money is life. You don't even have a safety net. You don't get health care. You don't get maternity leave. So if you want there to be children and healthy people, you need the money. And then when you put all the money in just a couple of people's hands, then you're going to have dead people or less babies. Like, what do you think's going to happen? It's just like, if you just get past all the other bullshit, like, it's just, what the fuck did you think was going to happen, even to the most capitalist motherfucker out there?
I learned to really appreciate Bertinsky's genius because I couldn't quite hit it. He used a stair ladder and a long lens. I was almost a quarter mile up the road, and while I didn't nail it, I did get a reasonable facsimile. You can see I had a long lens too. That compresses the background. It makes all the buildings...
I also have a long lens. The employers think an emotional salary will pay for stuff. Like, are you for real? Thoughts and prayers, vibes. We're a family. What do you mean? Don't worry about that unionized drive. We'll have a pizza party. Come on, guys. Don't worry. Sorry, HR has my hands tied. I would love, as your manager, to give you a raise, but HR has got their hands tied. Shucks. Sorry, we don't have money for this. Hey, there's a pizza party, though. Hold on, come here.
Smushed together, making Breezewood feel claustrophobic. Bertinsky is trying to tell a story, and the lens is how he does it. I really appreciate his point of view. Literally appreciate his point of view. But I don't know if it's the story of Breezewood. I found two other places just as interesting. This is the abandoned Pennsylvania Turnpike. It lies close to the current one, but today it is abandoned. Runners and bikers might use it, but that's it. They built it when the turnpike was so popular that it needed to be
fucking concentration camp coming soon to you. Did they not realize that they had a small stretch of pavement that they can just slap that shit on with a tent? Oh my God, they're going to do it in no time.
Expanded. Today they're doing a big redesign of Breezewood, though specifics aren't clear.
The goal is to connect the turnpike with I-70.
They say Breezewood's in
one more lane, bro. Oh, just one more lane. Give me a hit of one more lane. Then it's all going to just trickle down, and oh my God, it's gonna fix it. It's gonna fix it. Don't you worry about it.
Industries will be somewhat protected, but I can't help but wonder if it'll turn Breezewood into something like the abandoned turnpike.
I feel like that's the wrong problem to be solving in a lot of this, but cute to look at the historical and artistic angle of the photo. I just worry that it's not that even the photo perhaps was trying to convey this message, but the message that that the message has meant to us beyond ever since we've seen it, and we've seen what's happened to the country.
Tried to get some more Bertinsky style shots later that night. Notice the big difference is how many lights have gone out in Breezewood already.
Interesting, right? Oh, interesting to notice, huh?
Previous expansions in the 90s and the rise of other forms of commerce have already changed Breezewood. I would contend that the photos of Breezewood aren't photos about America or cars. They are photos...
I mean, okay, let's see what it says.
About public policy. I took a 10-minute drive up the hill.
Yes. To me, relating to corporate and infrastructure and mass transit or lack thereof, like that's where I see the main street effect. I mean, people haven't even used that as a connector between two gigantic interstates or like road trip things. People see that as this is every town in America. You would never know which one it is. That's the message that I've seen taken away from it, which is a policy one. It's just, yeah, like being concerned that Breezeway will now be an abandoned road is not the message that I thought we would be getting out of this. You know, like the coals on that Breezewood. Not that there was one, but for example, oh no, it's already running out of customers, despite it not having those diverting, interstate connection plans that they're talking about proposing.
Completely at random and found another gateway. It's an entrance to a cemetery, but from the other side it looked like a gateway to a beautiful landscape, untrammeled by McDonald's and Exxon husks. This would never be a...
He's like, the land is so ripe for it. Oh, it's ready for it now.
But these two gateways are two different policy choices about how we want to build and how we want it to affect our lives. When we have big, ambitious plans,
you say we, I say they, but okay.
It's like the interstate highway system. Mistakes aren't an accident, they are kind of inevitable. Now, it might be worth that risk, but we shouldn't kid ourselves that Breezewood is a cultural phenomenon. It is a specific policy choice that's been made. We have the power to decide what our landscape will look like.
I hope he's right. I hope he's right that we have the power to choose what our landscape looks like. I think for a long time we haven't.
This one, thank you for watching. I really actually
incredibly well shot. Even the silly like holding a 360 camera onto the corner of his armpit while he takes photos, so that way he can document himself doing the job of recreating the photos and doing all these different things. It's a neat angle. All those different things, the fucking documentary music, the pacing, the sound effects, the Foley, all these different things are well done. Not as deep as a message as I originally assumed based off of the thing, but as a TV production dude, I'm like, damn, dude, damn, it's not, it's well done. It's well shot. Yeah.
enjoyed my stay in Breezewood. I did go to Pizza Hut if you were curious. It was delicious.
Nice. Sick.
And,
I was curious.
Yeah, it was kind of a nice vacation to actually explore. I explored nearby Everett, nice, cute little town. Up the hill, that chapel was just gorgeous. So yeah, it was
crazy. It does look crazy. I would almost think that this would be from a period piece, right? But I'm also used to Florida, which is not even that old comparatively to some of the older places out there. So this looks old, and all the little weeds growing up with little flowers and shit. Looks like a bad day though. Damn.
It's really interesting to go there as a tourist rather than just go through it.
Ah, damn. See, I'm a like that Arby's. I'd fuck the shit out of that roast beef and cheese, beef and cheddar. That's what it's called. I love that shit. People go, ew, Arby's. But I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. Pizza Hut. I love Pizza Hut. You got to get a deep dish, right? Sorry, a pan pizza. A deep dish is something different technically. But their pan pizzas are kind of like a in between. It's got a nice fluffy deep dough, very buttery, very greasy. But I love it. Don't fuck the sandwich, dude. It's those beef curtains are calling. No, I can't say that. That's a great. I mean, those are delicious. Those are delicious. Okay.
As I had before. If you hadn't noticed, there wasn't a sponsor for this video, so I'll say the sponsor is my Patreon. If you go on there, I have a free newsletter that I publish whenever a video comes out, and it's a way for you to know when I have something coming out, and also to get an extra article about something I couldn't mention in the video. And this week, it is all about Dwight D. Eisenhower's fascination with the highway system and how that's...
That son of a bitch. That son of a bitch.
His travels much, much earlier. And, he probably went through Breezewood.
I've never seen him with a hair before.
For that. So I thought it was nice to have an Eisenhower.
Also, what a cinched waist. He's all snatched up. What the fuck? Dude, he's got big titties. What the fuck? What the fuck? What is this? Why is he kind of serving? What the fuck?
Probably went through Breezewood for that, so I thought it was nice to have an Eisenhower connection there. It's hosted on Patreon, but completely free to subscribe to the newsletter. Also, if you want to become a paying subscriber, you can do that. You get a
interesting perspective. Again, I like being able to dive into things that I wouldn't normally do. There's a lot of those things, starting from the fucking primate economics with the credit card explained with bananas, right? That was a banger. Seeing the retail archaeology thing, Kara's liminal suffering from Gen Z's perspective, all these different things, like things that even if I don't agree with the analysis, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Or even, you know, in my situation, I think there might be a lack of analysis in the direction I'm looking for. But it's interesting to see the perspective because we all don't come from the same place. I'm hoping that we can all go to the same place though, because that's sort of the end goal for me, is getting us to the same place. And it's easy to be doomer and think that everything's fucking got no shot to get better, but I think it does. Just because it just takes a little bit, you know. And the Zoran campaign is doing that. There's a lot riding on that for me, with not only him not getting rat fucked and scorned and, you know, somehow sandbagged before he can actually do the primary, or getting deported or some fucking insane shit, but then also being able to actually fight back against the entire machine that's going to be in many ways trying to stop any possible benefit. There will just be two different political machines both trying to stop progress and trying to not improve the lives of, you know, our biggest city, which is just a perfect representation of what it is. And I think that would be good for people to see, and then good for us to plow through and win despite it. There's a lot to be said about how electoralism sucks, but also when you can somehow get a once in a generation type of, you know, charismatic individual who's actually pushing for something good, you gotta strike with it. I don't think we're gonna get Fetterman, right? I don't think that's gonna happen, based off of a lot of the people who are close, who are saying good things. Obviously, I don't know the guy, right? But the history, the background, the since then private conversation stuff. So I'm hopeful. But speaking of which, I have a thing with the local DSA, so I want to, like, you know, take a shower, get ready, do some little house around the house stuff. But I was happy to get a nice longer one, because we won't be doing like 4 hours or so. So, well, a little under 4 hours before, because I did 9 to 2, 9:30 to 2. So what that put us? Well, that's 4.5. Oh, we did have that breakdown though at one point. That's right. The stream did crash, kind of early on, I think. So that makes sense, because I was showing off the DaVinci Resolve and the thing crashed. So there's a couple of YouTube uploads of the same thing, but it says like part 2. Anyway, I don't see too many of us in here. Do I have anybody I would want to raid that would be appropriate? Looking across the list, they can do J. Marianne again. Looks like some cool guests on Hassan's stream. So, and she's got a cool VIP room where chats are a little bit easier to get read, but not always, just because there's still 300 people in it. So, might as well do it and make, because I had an edit. I didn't have her in this edit though, so. And she's a cool person. All right, we'll be back tomorrow. More updates. I know that on some point I might have to do a weird schedule day, but I'll have knowledge beforehand. I kind of wanted to make sure I was keeping track of my to-do list. I can try to make that a part of my intro. Just seeing the different things that are coming up. Yeah, like on Saturday, I have like a much earlier thing to do. Oh no, on Sunday was the thing I agreed to do. So anyway, yeah. If you stick around for the raid, that's awesome. If not, that's also awesome. Hopefully you get something done today. Free Palestine, all the good stuff. Take it easy.